I'm calling the Brattleboro Selectboard meeting of Tuesday, November 18th, 2025 to order. This is the regular meeting. There was an executive session at 5:15 and no decisions were made at that time. And John, let me ask you, has this meeting been properly warned?
Yes, Liz, it has.
Great. All right, so I just, there's a lot of people here, and I want to welcome you all. And I see that there's likely to be a lot of first-timers, newbies here tonight. So I'll just go over some rules and make sure everybody feels welcome and heard. First, could I have a show of hands of anyone who is planning on speaking tonight? All right. So let's see if we can have a sign-in sheet, and we can have a sign-in sheet by item. And I'll go through the agenda because I think it just makes a lot of sense to know who's speaking, and then we can line up at the microphone. And there's also an overflow room upstairs. I can't see whether there's a lot of people in that back room or not. Are there? Is that full?
It's not full.
It's not full. Okay, so there's probably not a need at this time for that overflow room, but I just want people to know that it is available. It's on the third floor, and there's a TV monitor up there. And if you were there and you wanted to speak, I'll give you time to come down. So, let's see, that. So Seth has sign-up sheets, and I think the first order of business would be for people who want to speak at public participation, and that is for people who want to speak about something that is not on the regular agenda. So if you want to speak about random things, please, Seth has sign-up sheet, and he'll pass that around so people can sign up. Then, at the beginning of each agenda item, I'll ask that question again, and if there's people who want to speak, then they can queue up at that time. And then I think I just want to mention that everyone has 3 minutes to speak, and we have this charming little timer. And when people get to the end and the 3 minutes is up, I'll kindly remind people to wrap up. They should have about 15 seconds to do that. And then it's likely that, there may be a series of like comments, and I'll ask if there's a different perspective of comments so that we can hear all sides and different perspectives. And then at some point I'll say, okay, I think that the select board has heard enough to deliberate, and then the select board would deliberate. So right now in this agenda, for example, there's 5 minutes for public participation, and I can see that that's not good enough. So I'm going to add another 10 minutes, and we'll see if 10 minutes of public participation will be good for us this evening. And then, we have many pages of rules and procedures for the meeting. What I want to make sure everybody understands is that this is a select board meeting, and you're all invited and welcome to speak. I will make sure that there's no personal attacks, for example, but everyone should be able to have their say. So lastly, if there doesn't seem to be time and you didn't get an opportunity to speak, I just want to say that you can reach out to the 5 of us at any time, and we all read our emails and answer the phone, and we appreciate your comments. So either way, please make sure you're heard. And so with that, I will begin the meeting by asking, does anyone here have any adjustments to the agenda?
No.
All right. Shall we approve the minutes from October 16th and 21st?
I move that we approve the minutes from October 16th and October 21st.
Great. Isaac, our clerk, has made a motion to approve the minutes from October 16th and October 21st. Is there any comment? Anyone, all select board members in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
And that passes 5-0. All right. Chair's remarks. I just want to mention I went to a variety of civic events this past week. I went to the museum opening. I went to the BCTV 50-year anniversary event, and it was really spectacular. First of all, we value their work so much. They provide a really good service, not just to us in the select board and select board business, but across the town in all their civic engagement for the school boards and every event. And I have to say, they put on a spectacular show. They had meaningful awards with meaningful videos, and they really do the town proud. And those are my comments. John, you have comments?
Yes, I have one thing for you all tonight, and that is just to remind everyone that there is a special select board meeting this Thursday, November 20th at 6:15 p.m. right here in this room that is all about the townwide reappraisal. So if you're curious or have any questions or are you want to know more about how the town reappraisal will be done, this is a great opportunity to learn more, and that's this Thursday, November 20th at 6:15 p.m. in this room. That's all I had.
Great. Are there select board members who would like to make a comment at this time? Thank you.
I'd be happy to make a comment. Good evening, everyone. I want to thank everyone who came to the budget listening session we had last Thursday in the library. We learned a lot. I did note that it was some people's first experiences coming to a public meeting like this, and that is why our chair so graciously explained again. And I'll also reiterate that if you choose to speak, please announce your name at the microphone clearly and where you're from. And comments are to 3 minutes. And if the chair needs to use her gavel because of disruption, that will cease the meeting until it's calm and we can resume.
Anyone else? Oscar?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to repeat an announcement from the listening session, which is that the library and I are putting on, as part of the Brattleboro Miniature Holiday DBA event, we are putting on a miniature fiction competition with a submission that people submitting fiction stories of 50 words or less. This is something that we're really excited about, and I think will be a lot of fun, particularly for a town with as much literary and artistic history as we have. There are prizes, there are separate age categories, and submissions are open as of yesterday. And for anyone who'd like more information, you can go, among other places, to my website, which is oscarheller.com/miniature-masterpiece. Thank you.
How about you, gentlemen?
Well, good to see you all here this evening. Something that I'm excited about is the annual Turkey Trot, which is happening on Thanksgiving morning. It's a free community event, and it's been going since 1977. There's a 1K option and a 5K option, and I see Jen Smith back here, who's the organizer. Really appreciate your work, Jen. Thanks.
My understanding is it's not free. You have to bring food for donation.
You can make a donation to Groundworks or the Vermont Food Bank. It's great that folks are supporting food security in our community.
Peter?
So I had the opportunity to take a walk through our transportation center, more specifically the substation and some of the new exciting things that are going to be happening down on Flat Street. The substation is coming together quite nicely, and I think we're all going to be a subject of going to take a tour once it's a little bit closer to completion, but it's really coming together quite nicely. I know talking to some of the folks that live down in that area, they're super excited to see that coming. And we're super excited to have that coming, along with all the other great stuff that seems to be showing some interest in that space. So I just kind of wanted to give you a quick update on what that looked like.
And I'll just jump in because Oscar mentioned it, that, the miniature program that Melcon is developed is so great and pervades the town, even to the point where the museum has miniature embroidery that you cannot miss. Okay. So the consent agenda, public participation. Let's hear from Heidi Fisher.
Heidi Fisher, District 7, also one of the town listers. I just want to reiterate what John said about the meeting on Thursday. I know there's a lot of fear and confusion and some misunderstandings about the reappraisals, and the meeting should help clarify a lot of that. The director of the office who's doing the reappraisal for the town, Ryan Silvestri, will be here, and he explains things incredibly clearly and succinctly, and he's wonderful to help you understand. So please, please come to that meeting. I think it's really important. The other thing, this was about the consent agenda. Is this where you want me to say? The Bittersweet Lane and Wickapee Hills scheduled visit sites. I don't know whether I should say I want to pull it, but there are two errors in it. Well, there's one sentence that makes no sense to me and one error in there that I think should be fixed before it's voted on. So I don't know if it needs to be pulled or whether I should say what they are.
Clarify it.
I was going
clarify?
to clarify those
Oh,
things.
John has that information to
Okay,
clarify it.
good.
Okay?
Can I, if it doesn't clarify my question, then can I ask again? Ask my question. If he doesn't clarify at the time.
Maybe you should say what they are.
I have to open it. Number 2 at the very top where it says staff recommendation, the sentence there is very, very difficult to understand. To me, it's not a sentence. It's very confusing. And I have a suggestion of how to fix it. But at the bottom, it refers to Melrose Street instead of Bittersweet Lane. It seems like it's a cut and paste kind of error. But I don't think it should be voted on when that's there. Mm-hmm. That's in the the first bullet point under process. It talks about a site visit to Melrose Street. So I think that needs to be fixed.
I think we can amend that.
amend
And
it.
That's not part of the
It's not
motion.
part of the motion.
Yes, it's
so
not part
I
of the
think-
motion.
Okay.
There is.
The top part of the motion, though, I do think
Yes.
is really, really
Yes.
convoluted and
Okay,
confusing.
and we need to pass this because we need to schedule it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or-
So with those corrections, Heidi, are you content to not
That's fine.
pull it?
Yeah, I just didn't think it should be.
Great, okay. Wonderful. All right, Ken Fay.
Ken Fay, District 8. I wanted to reiterate what I tried to say at the listening session, that the Human Services budget to be intact. And in addition, I'd like to point out and reiterate what Spoon said about what's happening nationally seems to be happening here. People who are in need and the homeless, we just want them to disappear. We're not handling it. We're not tackling the issues. The human services are services for those in need. And we just pretending like the problem's going to solve itself. With 69A, with that, with their lease coming up, there's going to be more issues, and I'd like to see the town treat it compassionately. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Kate Traskus?
Hello, Kate Traskus. I'm representing downtown Brattleboro, and I am just here tonight to thank many of our town partners, especially Department of Public Works, who helped recently with our seasonal flower changeover, and who is very excited about also helping with the upcoming holiday light display. We also had a really successful Brattleboro event with the help of the fire department, the police department, and Public Works. And I think it goes without saying, but I'm going to say that our small nonprofit organization could not do any of this work without you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Kate. Jim Webster.
Jim Webster.
He's on Zoom.
Oh, he's over there. Found him.
Okay, hi. I'm not Jim Webster. I'm Kathleen White, but we share this computer. I'm from Brattleboro, and I'm a part of the Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation, or BCAT. And last year, as most of you know, the funding in the capital budget for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure was initially cut in half, and then it was eliminated altogether. And investing in this infrastructure is really about safety, equity, and community health. It's about providing safe routes for children to get to school and for our neighbors to get to work or do their errands in town. We urge the select board to restore this funding so the town can fulfill its commitment to its own walk, bike action plan, and to ensure that every resident, whether walking, biking, or rolling, can get where they need to go safely. We're well aware that the town's working really diligently to keep the property taxes from rising beyond 4.4%. And if this funding cannot be restored in this budget, we would like to see some planning for how it will be restored in the near future. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Sure.
Hi, Mark Baxter, Brattleboro, Main Street. Just a point of clarification on the consent agenda. Mm-hmm. The Marigold permits this evening are alcohol only, correct? And there are no changes being requested to the entertainment permits.
As far as I know. Yeah.
That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just to remind folks that there are a couple of seats up here there are a lot of people standing there, but we have one right up here in the front and one next to Mr. Levenbach and another one behind him. And you said that there's also space for overflow space upstairs?
There's overflow, but I don't think that back room is full as well. So people might be more comfortable. I see Star waving people in.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. John, you want to give us the skinny on the consent agenda?
Consent agenda? Yes, sure. You have 3 items on the consent agenda tonight. If you approve this agenda, you'll be approving a first and third class liquor license and outside consumption permit for Marigold LLC at 157 Main Street. Nothing related to their entertainment license. You will be approving the rescheduling of a public hearing and site visit on Bittersweet Lane, becoming a Class 3 town highway, to January 20th, 2026 at 3 p.m. for the site visit. Please note the typo in your backup materials, and for the record, the site visit will be at 3 p.m. on January 20th, 2026, and the public hearing will be that same day. Secondly, in that backup, there is a typo on the process background in the first bullet that should strike out the words "to Melrose Street" and otherwise reads appropriate to the process. And finally, you'll be initiating the reclassification of a 900-foot segment of Gulf Road, also known as TH20, which is near Wickapee Hill at Pleasant Valley, from Class 3 Town Highway to a Class 4, with a public hearing and site visit on January 20th, 2026 at 3:45 p.m. Please note the typo in your backup materials, and for the record, the site visit will be at 3:45 p.m. on January 20, 2026, and the public hearing later that day.
Thank you, John. Would someone like to make a motion concerning the consent? Yes?
I move that the board approve the consent agenda.
Great. Isaac has moved to approve the consent agenda
As presented.
as presented. All select board members in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Okay, that's 5-0. And now we begin the regular business portion of our meeting, and the first item is the solid waste management plan. And I see Dan Tyler and Pete Lynch coming to the table. John, you want to introduce it?
Actually, I'm going to turn it right over to Dan.
Excellent.
You met on this one time previously, and this is coming back with hopefully a decision.
Great.
Yes, good evening. As John mentioned, we spoke about this, we presented this plan last meeting to you all. It was a lot of information. Hopefully you've had a chance to go through it. We gave a presentation last meeting that kind of outlined the history of the solid waste program here in Brattleboro. We looked at the different models.
Dan, let me just interrupt for a minute to say, yes, these gentlemen who are signing up to speak on this topic, I thank them for remembering. And if there's anyone else who would like to speak about the solid waste, please come up to the table and sign in. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sure. So we looked at the history of the program. We looked at some different models that we've explored over the last year and compared it to the previous Casella contract proposal that had come before the board. And then we presented a plan which we feel maintains the service that people are used to and is financially a better option, which includes municipal solid waste continuing as a pay-as-you-throw program. That would be handled by Casella. Bags, just like we use now. Because it's the same program we're using now, there's no startup costs, but the first year fees for that would be about $420,000. Recycling would also be handled by Casella, and they would move to the cart-based automated system for that. So everyone would get a cart. All the eligible users would be eligible to get a cart, which would be provided and maintained by the town. Casella would do the collection using the automated trucks. The startup costs for that would be $442,000, and then because of the purchase of the carts, and DPW would manage the carts, so there would be some upfit costs. The total first year cost for recycling would be about $716,000. And then the big change would be the compost collection, in which the town would implement their own compost collection handled by the Department of Public Works. We'd have to upfit the department for that at about $298,000, or sorry, $181,000, and then the first year total cost would be about $298,000. So that's kind of an overview of the proposal. Pete's got a few more details on the contract he's going to go over, and then we'll take questions.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. So, as Dan said, we gave quite a lengthy presentation a couple of weeks ago, and there were some questions asked, and we hopefully got back to everybody with answers to those. But just in the brief tonight, I want to talk a little bit about the overall program costs, the Casella contract, and the pay-as-you-throw program, and the changes that we'll see within that. So the proposed first-year expense, the FY27 expense, is estimated at, for the entire program, is estimated at $1,435,000. And so that number, as compared to FY26, is almost identical. So there's not a great jump in costs with this program. The startup cost does include some of the expenses that some of the capital expenses we'll have to incur, and where we're going to find those, pay for those is out of the FY26 general fund solid waste lines, partially, and then whatever we can't pay out of that, we'll ask for the use of the revolving loan fund. So based on the original contract with Casella that we talked to you, the one that we have been the one we started negotiating with way back in March, the savings is about $666,000 in year one, and the combined savings over 3 years, if we go with a program that we presented last week to you, is $1.3 million. As I said, we've been negotiating with Casella for about a year. Dan and I have been involved since March, and we're now in the final stages of the contract negotiation, and we are tentatively set to begin that contract on January 1, 2026. The end date for that contract is June 30, 2029. This is a 42-month contract, and it would also allow the possibility for two-year extensions if we so choose. As Dan says, the contract includes automated pickup, and that's very different from what we've talked about in the past, of recycling and process of recycling, and it includes hand pickup of trash for the potential of 4,388 users in the system. This will also include trash pickup downtown for those cans that are on Main, High, and Elliott Street and Flat, and dumpsters within our town public buildings. So the contract reads such that January 1 of 2026, we would begin with $129 per ton cost for trash disposal, and then see a 4.5% increase on a yearly basis in January for the life of the contract for disposal. For everything else related to the Casella contract, which includes pickup of trash, pickup of recycling, and processing of recycling, those price increases will start in June, and they will be reoccurring each year at 4.5%. So what are those costs? For trash collection, the fee for curbside pickup will be $309,000 to start. Recycling collection, $348,000 to start, and the processing fee is estimated after their processing that will hit about $171 a ton. That price goes up and down based on what they can sell their product for in the market. So a draft contract has been reviewed by the town attorney, and they will also take the opportunity before we sign the contract to review it once more to make sure that it's in the town's best interest. So the first year expense for Casella would be $1,025,000, and basically we're looking at a 4.5% increase in the years after that. Pay-as-you-throw is, the great news about pay-as-you-throw is it's going to remain the same for the residents of Brattleboro. There won't be any big changes in terms of putting the yellow or purple bags out on the street side. The schedule will remain the same. They're going to do an every other week pickup. What will change is that the 15-gallon yellow bags, which were at $2 a bag, will now increase to $4.50 per bag. And the 32-gallon purple bags that were $3 a bag are going to be raised to $6.75 per bag. This increase covers the estimated $420,000 expense for both curbside pickup and for disposal that Dan spoke about at the beginning of our presentation. And so that's a shift this year. It shifts the fiscal responsibility from the taxpayer actually to the user to provide a little more equity within the town systems. While the bag increase is 2.25 times the original price than it was in 2015 when the program started, We greatly hope that this will incentivize the citizens of Brattleboro, the users of the system, to take advantage of recycling and compost and to really lessen the margin of product that we see going into our landfills. We're happy to answer any questions that you might have about the contract, pay-as-you-throw, the cost of the program, or implementation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you both very much. I think we should have brief questions from the board and then open it up to the public. So is there anyone on this side of the table who has commented question? And we'll discuss general comments, and then we'll go to each of the three motions that are proposed. So, anyone, you have any questions at this time? Oscar?
Actually, no.
All right. We're shifting to the public, and Seth has a list for me. And David, there you are.
David Lovemark, District 9. Thank you. I appreciate being provided the 3-year categoric breakdown of the budget. That helps. The question is whether the implementation of the costs is reflected in the October 31 budget proposal.
Yes, it is. The budget proposal, the FY27 budget proposal assumed that this might get approved. So
thank you.
Yep.
Randy Blodgett.
Hi, Randy Blodgett, District 7. I've already talked on this a couple times, and I've listened and you've listened, and we talk about revenue. Well, here's a perfect opportunity to not do this. Have multiple haulers, let competition take place. Towns such as Hartford do it. Casella's price dropped by $15 a month. They get $15 to $20 a ton. And I've talked to haulers. They're willing to do part of the town. If you got 4 or 5 of them, including Casella, you're creating competition. You're giving small business in the area, a turn to make revenue and be part of our community and do good work. And I just think it's a mistake to yet create a new department, create new costs, buy more hardware, spend more money. We're talking about revolving loan, higher taxes. And I feel like 2 years of this, I've asked all along the way, what are we doing? Oh, we're working on it. It's a contract. Well, it's more than that. There was no out-of-the-box thinking, no public meetings just on solid waste saying, what else can we do? Who can we talk to? So here's a chance to think about, hey, here's revenue opportunities. I've heard no one mention that. And why aren't we looking at that? So I'm against this. I hope somebody makes a motion that they see it this way and that we can't keep spending money like water in this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Bella.
Susan Belleville, District 8. I said at the listening session that the town of Brattleboro needs to get out of the rubbish collection business. They should be focusing on repairing roads and sidewalks and water and sewer lines. This rubbish contract is not a healthy contract for this town. The taxpayers and the property owners can be responsible in a much more efficient manner, taking care of their own rubbish, and we should, the town should be focused on taking care of the infrastructure. This is not a good deal for the town of Brattleboro. It's an absolute hostage-taking situation by Casella, and we really deserve to do better. And a built-in 4% increase every year is not something we can even ask as employees of a business that we would be guaranteed that kind of an increase every year. Also, the estimation for the revenue to help offset the cost of this program from those trash bags, I think, is way overstated to more than double the cost of the trash bags to the people in this community is cruel. It's just plain mean. and also to increase your tax bill by a proposed 4% on the whole budget is just plain mean. We need some breaks around here. We don't have the structures in place to continue this kind of a budget process. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Robert Spencer.
Thank you. Bob Spencer. I'm the director of Wyndham Solid Waste Management District. I'm just here at the invitation of Pete and Dan, who we've been working with to discuss how we would roll out a new compost collection program, which is part of this. I'm not here to advocate any position, but just to point out that if the town were to discontinue the curbside collection of food scraps, there are other options for residents through Wyndham Solid Waste. We do education and outreach about backyard composting. There are many people that do that in Brattleboro. We also have a 6-day-a-week drop-off at our transfer station on Old Ferry Road for food scraps. If you buy an excess sticker for Wyndham Solid Waste, it's $30 for the year. You don't pay any fee for recycling drop-off or compost. Just trash by the bag. $4 a bag. So I just wanted to let folks know there are options if this does go away. But I also wanted to point out that I was hired in 2012 to bring composting to the district. And we have done that in a big way. And Brattleboro has been an envy of almost the entire Northeast for its municipally sponsored food scrap organics program. And I think it's been on autopilot for the last 5 years with very little education and outreach. And if we were to implement a more aggressive program, the district would greatly support education and outreach in the neighborhoods to make this an even more effective program at diverting waste from landfills and hauling it to the state line in Coventry. I also wanted to point out that the district does its assessment by population. Brattleboro is 32% of our district population and pays, therefore, 32% of our budget, of our assessment. It's about $90-some thousand a year right now. And so you have a significant stake in the district already. We also built an $800,000 new composting facility last year. We financed it with state and federal grants and our own cash reserves. No debt was incurred. But we have a facility now that can handle all of the organic waste that we anticipate being generated for the next several years. So I just wanted to point this out, that we have had a great relationship building this program, and we're here to continue in whatever form you guys decide.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer.
Welcome.
Rick Sprite.
Rick Sprite, District 9 rep. Several things. I came here concerned that there might be some temptation to ditch composting. I haven't heard any of that yet, and I hope that you guys all see the wisdom in keeping it going. And we'll take a leadership role on that, since it is, I think if you include all the things that can go in commercial composting, probably a good 50% of our waste stream, somewhere in that neighborhood. So that's item number one. I've, as you all know, been a long advocate of being more creative about how we go about our contracting with outside contractors. And so if it is possible to do something that supports local business and saves us some money, even if it's a little more work on the administration's part, I know you guys are already a little overwhelmed, but I think we need to get more creative and put a little more effort into everything we do, contracting with anybody. had a question. I don't remember what it was. I guess, all right.
Direct any questions you have to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's okay. You don't have to use up all your time, you know.
I do. I want to go to waste. I'm a good Yankee. I don't want to waste anything.
Thank you.
That's why I'm such a good composter and recycler.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, there is, yes. There you go. I am hoping that at some point in this conversation, we will get all the residential buildings and perhaps even some of the businesses included in the pickup of compost, recycling, and solid waste.
I was waiting for that comment.
Yeah, because you know, I've said this before. It's just silly, especially with pay-as-you-throw. It does not make any practical sense. It just leaves some of us with dumpsters that other people take advantage of. And we're already paying for the part that we pay for. And so it's really, it's double dipping for those of us who have to buy dumpsters.
Thank you. Pierre Landry.
Good evening. Pierre Landry, District 7. Thank you for all the hard work. I'm sure it was very time-consuming. But I'm going to say it again. A couple of years back when we were going through contract negotiations on waste removal, I probably was one of the first ones to say that we should give individuals the option in or out. I don't think the town should be in the waste management business. I think it's a good idea to leave it up to each individual household how they want to handle their compost, recycling, and waste. Nobody's suggesting eliminating compost. I just don't see adding additional employees, additional capital, additional expenses on maintaining this equipment. I just don't think it's a good idea. The town gets involved in that. I would love to just let it be each individual's choice on how they want to handle their waste and compost and recycling. As far as commercial, I work at the Holstein Association. We recycle just about everything. We don't produce any real food waste, but we do recycle. I do have one question. Is the Casella contract public information, and where can we find that?
Well, we don't have a contract, or well, I guess what do we have right now?
It's pending. It's pending.
We did re-sign a contract. Yeah, so that would be public information. And if you wanted to contact me, I can get you a copy of that. So,
thank you.
No, the new contract has not been signed yet, so we don't have that new contract that they've been discussing. That will still be finalized and made available at the time it's signed, if that's the direction the board wants to go in.
Great. Now, Mayo.
Hi, Nell Mayo, District 8. I was curious, I may have understood this wrong, but the bin cost for the recyclables, is that at $442,000?
Gentlemen?
Or was that the overall startup for recycling?
So that's the overall startup.
Okay.
The bins, the carts are total for the 44388 is about just over $300,000, of which some of that will be bared in year 2. But the cost that you're looking at includes all the capital startup.
Thank you. So the reason I was asking that was because in last year's Finance Committee report, we had 473 coming from the revolving loan fund for bins. And so when I thought it was 442, which I understand is not, I was surprised it wasn't more of the reduction. And the 338, if I've just remembered that, is that still slotted for the revolving loan fund, or will it be from the general fund of FY26 and then any excess from the revolving loan fund, like was said? Yeah.
Pete, you want to answer that?
So we anticipate having money left over at the end of FY26 because of the speed at which we're getting into the contract with Casella. So we estimate that we will have some amount of money left over that could be put towards the capital costs, which include the startup from a DPW standpoint and the carts themselves. So there won't be enough to cover the entire $400,000, but we do anticipate having some revenue out of some money out of FY26 to put towards to that.
Thank you. The other thing I wanted to say was that I think more so from the listening session, anticipated there might be more conversation about people being responsible for their own composting. I do think there's a huge benefit to having the compost go to a higher facility that can process things beyond just food scraps. Like, Frick said, I think that, at least for myself, unless I'm misunderstanding what could be processed maybe at Wyndham Solid Waste, things like all these BPI compostable containers that we're getting our food in, that's not food scraps. I wouldn't know I don't think you can do that in your backyard. I think that would be a lot that would be going to trash and thus would be, again, put as an individual cost on people buying higher price pay-as-you-throw bags. My personal opinion, just that, is I don't see the downside in municipalizing a program that would otherwise be contracted out as a for-profit thing because we're not looking for profit. We're looking to sustain a service. So thank you.
Thank you. Bob Oster? Bob?
I think I'm here. Yes. Bob Ozer, Brattleboro. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, I wanted to do kudos here. I looked in the backup material and I saw a whole list of alternatives that the staff reviewed in the process of coming up with this presentation. And there was a lot of work there. But there was one item that stuck out to me that was not in the list, and that was to collaborate, and I use that word purposely, collaborate with some of the local haulers. There are at least 3. You could even say there might be a dozen, depending upon who you look at and what the area is that we're drawing from. So there are a lot of local haulers that we could collaborate with. And those haulers might be intimidated by responding to an RFQ, an RFP process. And they can't do the whole town. No one hauler might do the whole town, but they could collaborate with parts of the town or certain services. And I'm wondering if that was even considered. And if it was, I would think that it might be less expensive in the long run. Was there any thought of looking at that or exploring that, and anything to share about it? Thank you.
Yeah, so not this current effort that DPW did, but in the previous effort, when Patrick Moreland, the assistant town manager, was trying to put together a contract with Casella, he reached out to all the local haulers and had a conversation with each of them, is my understanding, along the lines of what Mr. Ozer is suggesting. Would you be interested in part of the town? And, would you be interested in the whole thing? Would you be interested in part of the town? And generally, the sense that he got from those haulers was that they were not interested at that time in doing that. That may have changed, I don't know, but it was not something that we were charged to look at in terms of perfecting the Casella contract, which was kind of the scope of work that we had in this current effort. So.
Right. When we took over in March, we were well down the road of the Casella contract, and our efforts were really to find savings in that. We knew they had committed to picking one stream by hand, and that's kind of how we came back to taking the compost and them continuing with pay-as-you-throw, as they continued one stream by hand. And
the town is legally required to use the RFP process for some such as this, correct?
It's the best practice for municipal contracting, yep.
Thank you. Gary?
Yes, hi, thank you, Liz. Quick question. I guess I'm spitballing this. When I'm hearing a lot of people don't have disposable cash, excuse the pun, perhaps maybe something, I don't know if we have this already or implemented or something that might be thought of having a shared bin or shared cart with businesses and with other buildings to offset the cost, maybe a slight discount. Is that something that's already in place or something that might be thought of to help out? I don't know who can answer that.
Thank you. All right, so let's go back to the gentleman here and see if there's any of these answers that you'd like to talk about. You could start with Gary's question about teaming together.
So the bins are only going to be used for recycling, and the
Mhm.
bin will be provided to each eligible user if they so choose. The trash would be pay as you throw, so I don't know. I mean, I guess you could share a bag with your neighbor, but
Mhm.
we won't be using the carts for trash at this point.
Okay. Why don't we move to like a discussion about the first motion? Would someone like to make the first motion, and then we could have
Sure.
yeah.
I move to approve the implementation of a solid waste system, including pay-as-you-throw curbside trash collection and disposal, automated curbside pickup and processing of recycling, and curbside pickup of compost.
Great. Oscar has made a motion to approve the implementation of solid waste system, including pay-as-you-throw curbside trash collection and disposal, automated curbside pickup and processing of recycling, and curbside pickup of compost. For those of you who don't come to these meetings, I'm required to repeat the motion. So let's have a discussion about this overall plan. Do you want to begin, Amanda?
Sure. It's with a heavy heart that I think about our budget process and our upcoming budget and acknowledge that we are struggling financially as a town and that we have to make very difficult decisions. And it's with a heavy heart because I am a passionate composter, that I'm going to throw out this, and it's going to be unpopular, that we put a pin in our municipal compost curbside plan for the time being, and make a decision in January. I would like to know more about where our budget's going, where we're able to cut, and where we might be able to grow. Though, we're looking at an annual cost for the compost of just under $300,000 a year, with an implementation cost of $181,500. That also includes hiring 3 additional employees in our Department of Public Works. I'm not sure that we as a community can afford that at this time. But I want it to go on into more discussion. I had the good fortune of being able to visit the district today, the Wyndham Solid Waste District. Bringing in your compost and your BPI certified materials, cups, bowls, plates, cutlery, whatever, it is available to us to bring in. After the experience we had with the volunteer leaf pickup, I trust that our town is committed to one another enough so that if we were in a neighborhood and somebody was willing to haul other people's compost, they might be able to. This is not a permanent solution, but I ask for it for the possibility of a year, for us to examine how committed we are as a community to composting, right? I am. Can we think about lower cost alternatives, like there are bucket exchange programs that happen, maybe in collaboration with some of our local businesses, to just, before we go full into our own municipal composting process, know exactly
that we're going to fully utilize it. Because as Bob Spencer said, we've kind of mailed it in a little bit. We need to reinvigorate the process. If we can all commit to doing that on a municipal level, fully taking advantage of what we're investing in as a community through our tax dollars, yes, let's go ahead. But that's a full commitment to make this work. The Casella contract is not ideal. Oh, I wasn't struck by lightning. I'll live through this day. They're not coming after me. It's not a long-term plan. We're looking at a 3-year contract. This provides us the opportunity and the commitment, if we are going to do it as a community, to reassess with other haulers potentially, an expansion of a lot of the work that these guys have done. So I want to throw that in there. And with that, I am going to make an amendment that could get struck down to strike the curbside pickup from the compost from the motion.
Okay, so let's, I kind of want everybody to talk about the general plan and then vote on your motion. Are you okay with that?
Certainly, yep.
Okay.
Put it out there.
Oscar?
Thank you. So we've been working on this and thinking about it for most of the year, and I have the question of not doing compost municipally has come up, and I spent some time thinking about it, paced around my apartment for a while today thinking about it. I think that we should keep it, and my reasons are, there are really two reasons. One is that I think it's a common good for the town. It is good to divert from the trash waste stream. It's good for people to have this service. I also think it's something that many people rely on. We have heard that there are certainly people in the community who would prefer that it go away, but from the public outreach that was done during that portion of the solid waste process before, and just my own experiences with people, I remain pretty confident that this is a service people rely on and would rather pay the price in taxes and keep it versus the other way around. I could be wrong. And then my final reason is that I really feel like the pay-as-you-throw cost for the bags, which is going up by a lot, is very much, to my mind, in exchange for these other two free streams of solid waste. And the argument is frequently made, and has been made during this process, that, well, the bag prices are going up, but that's okay, and I feel this way, because it's an incentive to divert your trash to compost and recycling, and if you do that, it is free. So to me, to remove one of those free streams, particularly in the same moment as increasing the prices on the bags, feels like not quite the right move. So at the moment, I would like to keep the contract as is, as described by Pete and Dan.
Thank you, Oscar. Gentleman to my left.
Well, this contract that we've just heard about saves the town $1.3 million over the next 3 years, compared to what we were looking at in April. That's what the town staff has just shared. I'm seeing head nods from the chair. And that's what's in this materials that we've looked at. $1.3 million because of the work, the diligence that our town staff has done. And maybe they haven't turned over every stone, but they've turned over a lot of stones. And so I'm grateful for that work that you have put into this to bring down this cost, because we're saving the taxpayers $1.3 million over the next 3 years from what we were looking at in April, with minimal impact on residents. I'm okay with going to every other week having the recycling picked up, having bigger bins for it, but going every other week. I'm okay with the fact that we're going to have a system that would cost a little bit more and incentivize recycling and compost. I do have concerns about affordability, and we can talk about that in a moment. I have an amendment to offer around that to address some of the concerns we've heard here around the costs. I do have one question that was raised from things that we heard from the public, and this may be a question for you or for the department directors. But was there a survey that was done of Brattleboro residents at some point in recent history? When was that survey, and what were the results about solid waste?
It was, John, you want to describe it?
Sure. When we started this effort, Assistant Town Manager Moreland did a survey and a series of focus groups, and the overwhelming thing that we learned from that was that people really want recycling and they really want composting. That was the takeaway that we had from that. I can't remember the exact numbers or anything on that, but it's in backup materials for the select board if anyone wants to go look for it. But basically, we heard loud and strong recycling and composting were highly desired in this community at that time, which was now probably 2 years ago. So.
And you've been working on this contract for?
Since that time.
Yep.
Thank you.
Peter?
Yeah, so as one of two people who've been working on this contract the longest, John included, I think we first identified this solution as being the most eco-friendly for the town as far as having all three streams working together, going where they're supposed to be going. The compost was a really big piece of this, keeping that food scraps out of the irregular garbage stream was important. I think if we start to remove that, I think we revert. I think we go backwards. I'm not convinced that the savings is there, though I appreciate Amanda's suggestion as far as like what it might do to the overall tax base. But for me, this maybe a little bit of a composting thing. The squeeze is not worth the juice here. So I think sticking with what we have now, currently moving forward, increasing the pay-as-you-throw, helping offset that is how this town succeeds. And I was also going to refer to the survey and knowing that that was done in the first go-around, right? And the overwhelming response to that and everything staying the same was, I think, pretty much like almost a 3-to-1 vote, as I recall. It was a pretty lopsided thing. And I know in my neighborhood, I know that every Monday I see, if not recycling, I see compost bins out every single week where I live. And if I go anywhere within my district, that's where they are. And I think that might lessen as the houses get further apart outside the outskirts of town. But in town, I know the importance of this program.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a couple of comments. And first I want to start with the town charter. Trash is a function of town government that's in the charter that we need to see to the collection of trash. The other, the guiding principles that the select board had in understanding the garbage in the survey a year ago was equity and environmental sustainability. And I feel very strongly that we shouldn't have a survival of the fittest mentality with regard to garbage. It's not just the people who have pickup trucks and blah, blah, blah. We have a system that was really the precursor to the pay-as-you-throw law in Vermont. Brattleboro were leaders in adapting the pay-as-you-throw system. And the pay-as-you-throw system is integral to the garbage and the recycling and the compost to make the reductions in the waste stream work. And so I feel very strongly about all those. Having said all that, I would entertain a delay in the augmentation of the planned composting system if I knew that this delay would only be until January, so that we could include a system for composting in this budget that we're talking about now. So I don't want to leave the town hanging and foregoing compost. I want, if people want to spend more time working with Mr. Spencer and whomever, I would entertain that thought, but I want it to be by January this budget year so that we're going forward with a trash collection system that is complete in all three areas that the town really wanted. And I want to mention about environmental sustainability for a minute. I mean, people in this town felt extremely strongly about the change of work patterns of the sustainability coordinator. And I think I said that rather politely. And I think it's important that we understand that the composting is the linchpin of the sustainability practices. I'll talk to my brother later. The sustainability practices of this town and the garbage system and the pay-as-you-throw system. So I would, again, I would offer an amendment to Amanda's amendment if she felt that having a rethink between now and January would be worth it. What do you think?
I saw John making faces, and so I really want to know what's on his mind.
Well, I mean,
Go ahead, John.
if I can just ask a couple of questions here, I clearly have a better poker face than John. So my question is, what does that do to the timeline, right? And what you're proposing? I feel like delaying this by another 6 or 7 weeks is going to kind of wrench things up for you. Would that be safe to assume?
Yeah, I think, looking at the timeline in the presentation that we've presented, it would definitely crunch things. I think by January we want to be working on public education and kind of roll out of this program, and then, just the procurement and making sure we're going to have equipment by that June 1st date. That'd be getting tight.
Yeah. So whereas I appreciate the chair suggesting that, and
Trying to split that baby.
trying to split the baby up, I think it's not realistic. I think we either approve the original thing, or we amend it and see if that passes, and then go back to the original, and pass that one instead.
John, do you have anything else?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was just to try to. I mean, staff have done an incredible amount of work on this already, and to try to reinvent a whole nother approach on the compost by January, I think is unreasonable. I don't think we could really pull that together. I would feel bad asking them to go back and do that. I do think that we could look at something for fiscal 28, and that could be some sort of change there that might be helpful, but in general, doing something in that timeline and getting it into the budget this year, I think, is a little tight.
So what I'm hearing then is, let's take the win on the 1.3 billion savings over 3 years, and then perhaps we can hold these alternative ideas for composting as the system is underway.
I think I also want to weigh in, like when this idea was first proposed of the town taking this over, not a big fan, of adding the machinery and adding thing. But, when I was shown the numbers and considering how this town feels about its compost and its recycling and its trash pickup, it slowly began to make more sense. So I kind of stood behind it. So I think I'm gonna stay there. So
okay. So Amanda,
I'd love to just say a little. So
yeah,
my thought is scratch it for this year. That we self-haul. That we get ourselves together and we either compost in our backyards. We bring it to the Wyndham Solid Waste District, which has an amazing state-of-the-art facility, and we use some self-determination for 1 year to get some budget savings. when this plan was first proposed, I'm over the moon about us going into municipal compost collection. And part of me still is, but then the other side of me looks at our budget numbers and knows what's happening with our budget right now. And so that's where it stands with me. And so my proposal would be to not, for 1 year of self-hauling and see how determined we are to try again.
Do you want to have a vote on your motion?
Yes, let's have a vote on my motion.
All right.
Do we need a second?
No.
Okay.
Would you like me to restate the motion?
I certainly do.
In all of its simplicity, my motion is to make an amendment to strike the curbside pickup of compost from the initial motion. Do I need to read the initial motion, or is that good enough for the
No,
vote?
no, we'll
So
just,
strike the last
Vote
6
on
words,
whether to
basically?
amend.
we're voting on whether to amend the original motion with Amanda's motion. All those in favor of Amanda's motion, please raise your hand and say aye. Thank you very much. All those not in favor of Amanda's motion, please raise your hand. Okay. That's 1-4. Yeah. Anyway, the nays have it, I guess is what we would say. We don't usually have that. I appreciate your creativity, and I thank you. So we are now then back to the first motion, which Oscar read, and I'll repeat, to approve the implementation of solid waste system, including pay-as-you-throw curbside trash collection and disposal, automated curbside pickup, and processing of recycling, and curbside pickup of compost. Are we ready for a vote on that? Yes.
I'd like to offer an amendment.
Okay. You want to, for the first one or for the third one, do you want to amend?
The first or the third?
If I can read your mind,
I think you might.
I would suggest that you hold that amendment to item number 3, the third motion.
I have this.
Yeah,
Okay.
So we're going in order, so yours is
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Great. So let's vote on item number 1, which I just read and really don't want to read again. So all select board members in favor of the trash implementation plan, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Okay, and that is 4-1.
No, you have to oppose.
Oh, any opposed? Thank you, Amanda. Okay, so the next item, Oscar, do you want to read this next item?
I move to approve a 42-month contract with Casella for the curbside collection and disposal of trash and recycling, with an estimated $1,025,529 expenditure in year 1 and a 4.5% increase yearly to each of the streams.
Thank you, Oscar. Oscar has made a motion to approve a 42-month contract with Casella for the curbside collection and disposal of trash and recycling, with an estimated $1,025,529 expenditure for the year 1 and a 4.5% increase yearly to each of the streams. Shall we speak to that? Oscar, you wanna-
We've said everything, so.
Okay, yeah. I just want to reiterate again, that this is a select board responsibility and one that we're considering for the town as a whole and for the good as a town as a whole, and certainly based on the survey and focus groups and desires of the community. So are we ready to vote? All in favor of motion number 2, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Amanda? Nay. Thank you. Okay, and that is 4-1. And then the last item, Oscar, do you want to read that?
Sure. I move to approve an increase to pay-as-you-throw bag fees from $2 to $4.50 for yellow bags and $3 to $6.75 for purple bags, with the transition to take place during January 2026.
Thank you, Oscar. Oscar's made a motion to approve an increase to pay-as-you-throw bag fees from $2 to $4.50 for yellow bags and from $3 to $6.75 for purple bags, with the transition to take place during January 2026. We can speak to that, but I believe that, Isaac, you want to make a motion?
Sure. Yeah, so we have heard a couple of concerns about affordability of these bags, and there are a lot of people in our community in Brattleboro who are really struggling to make ends meet right now. People are having to choose between food and housing, for example. And I would like for people to not have any additional pressure on making those really tough choices. And for some people, just a few dollars more every week or every few weeks is going to be less food for them. And I'd like to make it easier for those folks. And I think we can do that in a way that makes it so that folks who can afford that increase will pay that, and then folks who really can't, and we have good evidence that they can't afford that increase, won't have to pay as much of an increase in the cost of bags. So I would definitely leave it to staff to propose a way that we could do this that would be fair and make sense for us to do. But I'd like to amend the motion, increasing the yellow bags to $4.60 and the purple bags to $6.90, and adding at the end the clause, and to designate 10 cents of each yellow bag sale and 15 cents of each purple bag sale to a dedicated fund for a staff-developed program that will subsidize bag purchases by low-income residents. So just to be clear, this amendment is saying a 10 cent, like a dime more for the cost of the yellow bags and 15 cents more for the purple bags, in order for folks, for most folks in our community, and making it so that there will be a fund for folks who are not going to be able to afford that increase. Thanks.
Okay. Select board members want to speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, Isaac and I have agreed on this particular topic, and
we should celebrate that.
My biggest concern is, when I served on the board of Groundworks Collaborative, we created the tagline, basic needs met with dignity. And I think that for a lot of these people, trying to keep their dignity intact on a day-to-day basis must be difficult. I feel like this becomes this level of something else that they just have to kind of skate around. I don't know that this mechanism is correct, because, I think, and I keep saying this over and over again, maybe 100 people know about this bag increase now. And after we vote on this, up or down, whatever it is, maybe 200 people will know about it. And when they are going to really figure it out is when they go to buy these bags. And that's where heads are going to begin to explode, and the misunderstanding. And no matter how much we message this, it will be a collision, I'm sure. So I agree with Isaac. I want to desperately create some sort of a mechanism that lowers the impact on the people who truly, because this is such a big increase on these, and I understand why, because there's been no increase, and now we have things that we have to pay for, and we have to find it somewhere. So I agree with that. I do agree with the raising of the bags, but wanting to find a mechanism that might help people is also something I'm very interested in. I'm not sure that this is the way. I'm not saying that it's not. It seems to make sense to me, but I'm a fan of trying to figure out something. I don't know that happens tonight, though.
Okay. How about my
Sure.
colleagues to my right?
Sure, I'll go. This is something we've discussed a little in executive session as part of the overall trash stuff, and I've given it some thought. I actually am not in favor of doing this, and for two reasons. And it's a close call for me, but one is that I feel like this entire trash contract is already a large pile of compromises. And it came together over a period of 6+ months, really, in the form that we're looking at now. And it's already a very big increase in bag prices. And what I'm really worried about, we're not talking about implementation tonight, but what I'm really worried about is some sort of benefits cliff, which to me seems almost inevitable. And, you know, we've talked about this number before in different contexts. The median income pre-tax in Brattleboro is $47,000. If you are making $47,000 a year pre-tax in Brattleboro, you are not having a good time financially. That person, the median earner in Brattleboro, is, I would say, almost definitely not going to qualify for these subsidized prices. And I worry about the person who is on the other side of that line and using the bag prices as a mechanism to fund this. It concerns me. So at the moment, I would rather, we've published our numbers, we've proposed our change. I would like to go with as written and give it a year and discuss again then.
Can I ask a clarifying question? I guess as Isaac's proposal lays out, does an additional 10% and additional 10 cents and an additional 15% cover? Sorry, thank you. Cents. I'm so used to talking in percentages. Does this cover the need? Do we know?
We don't know. It's really a guesstimate, a shot in the dark.
May I?
Yes.
I don't think it covers the need, but it may cover the demand. And we need to, it's a pilot. It's something to try. And we'll see from the first year how much this is used. And I think that this, to address your concern, Peter, around, okay, well, this is a bit of a guess. Well, it's a starting place that would allow for some flexibility for the staff to figure out what would work well. We have several months before July 1st to see, how this be distributed, what's the way to minimize the cost to town staff. There are any number of ways that this could work out. I could imagine seeing some limits on how many are given out to any individual. I mean, whatever is easiest to administer and is done in a way that can work. But I think we owe it to the people of our town to take into consideration the realities of the economic moment and what people are facing. And I'm not sure about all of our experiences around the table in terms of economics, but I can say that this could make a significant difference for some people. Thank you.
Amanda, would you like to speak to this?
There's been enough discussion for me, to go ahead and vote.
Okay. And I have not. And I'm of two minds. I brought this subject up to my colleagues because I remember several years ago there was a family with medical needs, medical waste, who really needed a break on their pay-as-you-throw bags. And I didn't bring it to the level of the community at large. And I kind of, there are a lot of varying opinions on this board, and Oscar's plan to kind of wait and see? Was that inherent in your plan?
Yeah, to give it a year as written and
Yeah.
then take another look.
It is, a valid concern. And my two colleagues to the left, they have valid concerns. And so I'm of a mind to really wait and see, to see how the rollout goes, to see really how it goes down in the community. When we're talking about the increase of bag prices, we're talking a similar rise to the parking fees, which were increased. And of course, the bag fees have not been raised since 2011, which is a long time ago. So that's really my general feeling. I want to really understand the rollout, see how it goes, and see if this change is truly necessary.
I would, I understand everybody's need for things that have been discussed deeply, and all the work that's been done. But the more that Isaac's proposal is sitting with me and thinking about how this thing rolls out, we are talking about a quarter, 25 cents between two different bags. I think we all know how I feel about nuisance fees, right? And so
If only we had cat licenses.
if we had cat licenses, we'd be all set, but we don't. So I'm going to stand with Isaac on this one. I think we need to, if we're going to roll this thing out for a year, asking for an additional 10 cents on a yellow bag, 15 cents on a purple bag to help fund people. And I'm assuming, I don't know, forgive me, will there be an increase for those who need these bags, or are you proposing, or is that just a mechanism that we don't discuss right now?
That's something that we'd look to town staff for guidance on.
Because I do believe that there will have to be, in order for this to work out, as I'm trying to do live math in my head, and it's amazing I haven't caused a nosebleed yet, but I think I would like to see this board support this this amendment and roll this out for a year. And if it doesn't work, and when we get to that point where we determine it doesn't work, I think we can just change it. So I would love to see this be supported tonight. I will be supporting this.
Okay, I'm changing my mind, but people in the public would like to speak. Heidi? Marta, I see you.
Heidi Fisher, District 7. I really appreciate the sentiment behind this and the reality that we know our neighbors are struggling. But when I think about how this would be implemented, you say we could leave it to the town staff to figure out how to divvy out the bags that would have been donated by the extra 25 cents of people who can afford it. I think about what a huge, huge undertaking and what time that would take for staff to figure out and to implement, to figure out who's eligible for these bags. How do you distribute them when they're mostly sold at stores in town who they're not in a place to determine who is eligible for a lower priced bag than a higher priced bag? I mean, the layers that start unfolding to me are enormous for a benefit that, I mean, it's a huge benefit for people who need those bags, but I think it's a huge amount of work to figure out how to make the system work. And the other piece I think about is, why not think outside of the box and say, why not do a campaign when people are buying their bags to say, would you like to buy a set of bags to donate? And then, maybe just have a simpler way to get them to people who say they need them. Maybe they would have to come to the town office or something to pick up those bags that are then, donated or something, or Food Works or something like that. which might be a simpler system, still complicated, but simpler. I think to just raise the price and say the town staff will figure out how to implement it is really going to be much more complicated than you think.
I don't disagree. I really don't. I don't disagree with anything you've said, but again, I'm going to go back to that word dignity. And, so if we have somebody funding those bags and they have to pick up their groceries and then walk here to get their trash bags, that just feels, in my heart, that feels wrong.
Or maybe it could, if the stores in town who sell them would be willing to say, someone could just say, are there any trash bags available at the lower price, people who need them? And there may be a box full of them right there at the canister.
I mean, we can do things like also implementing EBT cards,
or
cards
something like that.
Could do that, but again,
but why would the town do that? I feel like it's taking on more work for the town that isn't a logical solution to this problem. The other piece I think about what this gentleman said about if you grant you have to have transportation to the dump, but if people can't afford the bags, if they paid the dump fee for the year of $30 for the pass, is that right? $60 for a pass for the year, and then some people would take their bags to the dump for that $60 a year fee, which might save them the money they need to save. I don't know. I'm trying to think outside the box.
No, I appreciate that, but then I get into a fair and equitable kind of a thing.
Okay, Marta, and then Ivan and Nell, and let's not forget Tom Franks. Marta?
Yeah, I mean...
Your name, please.
Marta Gossage, District 9. I just want to say that as somebody who's designed systems, particularly systems for everyday users, there are certain frictions that will have unintended consequences. And I want to point out one of the reasons we have municipal trash, pickup and things like that is because historically dumping has been a huge problem. And so with the increase, if people decide that the bags are really, really unaffordable, what I see that whenever we do a system thing, unintended user behavior would switch back to dumping. So I do think that there are easy ways to implement at the point of sale, using an EBT card, or if just simply showing your SNAP or other assistance cards, could be a pretty simple way to do it. But my issue is if people who just are like, this is one more fee, I can't afford it, I'm already $50 short on rent this month, that we will start seeing, as Frick said, people using dumpsters, sneaking things into dumpsters where the landlord somebody else is paying for it, or just dumping, which is, coming from Guilford, I used to live on a street that people dumped on all the time. And it was to avoid, paying dump fees. And so making something seamless and usable and that isn't going to incentivize people to, be like, no, screw this, it's just one more thing I can't handle the increase on, it's better for me just to not be in the system, is kind of what streaming is doing with piracy right now. We liked piracy, and then they made us a whole bunch of apps that we could buy, and now it's just as expensive as cable, and people are going back to piracy. So,
Marta, let me ask you, if I may.
Yeah.
Are you for or against this amendment?
I am for this amendment, and even if you don't take my opinion on things like going to the dump or going to town office or going to Foodworks, which is only open certain hours, is not, no matter what you do, I think just making sure that we design it for ease of use to not incentivize people to go outside of the system.
Thank you. Ivan, and then Nell?
Ivan Hennessy, District 8. I'm in favor of the amendment strictly because it implements something instead of saying, oh, maybe we can make something more equitable, because everyone who wants to make things more equitable then leaves this room, and we all have a whole bunch of other stuff to take care of, and good intentions get ground down by the fact that I've got my own garbage to take out. And as Isaac said, it's a place to start. It's a a pilot program that has a commitment to implement something, as opposed to maybe in the future counting on select board members to do leaf pickup because we don't want to pay to do leaf pickup. That works great the first time when everyone is looking at it, and you need to make sure that the public understands that you're not being terrible people taking away services. But next year, when there's no leaf pickup and it's not an urgent thing, it's less of a priority, and slowly these things get pulled away. So it's not the perfect plan, but it's something that has an implementation, and I think it addresses the issue.
Thank you. Just want to point out that this proposed composting plan includes leaf pickup. No.
Nell Mayo, District 8. I anticipated that someone would bring up the concerns that Heidi did, and I understand them, and I don't feel that I have the wherewithal to comment on it because, again, we don't know what the administrative impact would be. I would second what I think Marta chimed in on and what immediately came to mind as me when this was brought up. Places like the co-op already have really amazing systems for how they support people who are low income, and seemingly to me, most benefit programs kind of look to see if you qualify for SNAP, and that tends to be like the category. I think that they could be a great model or people to talk to about how to implement this, because the way that if you are on SNAP and you're their Food for All shareholder, it would be very easy to identify who could source that. They have a really amazing customer service station. I understand that, Hamshaw's, Brown & Roberts, Market 32, most EBT cards don't even work at Market 32, frankly, because they don't know there's things can't swipe, which is really unfortunate. I would say I see where that poses a problem. I do see how there could be a collaborative approach, and a lot of intelligence and work with how they've done the integration at the co-op could probably be shared and could probably save a lot of that burden. That was just the first thing that hit my mind. I was trying to figure this out. It's like if you buy the purple bags, I know those comes in packs of 5 because that's what I buy. I don't remember the yellow. Pretty much 9 people buying a pack of 5 will buy 1 subsidized bag. And I think, again, as Marta noted, as I think you both have noted, to those of us, I'm 24, I've made decent money as a carpenter, and I've been really, really, really broke because I've been at the benefit cliff that you mentioned. I moved here from Canada. You can raise your eyebrows at me. I was uninsured completely for 2 years. I did not go. I was so afraid of the emergency room because I'm from Canada and I don't understand it here. And I did really sketchy things instead of going to get stitches and stuff like that. So I completely understand that point of view in a very real way. And it also wasn't until I had like a personal circumstance that I was able to take that opportunity to enroll in health insurance purely because of that. It takes a lot of wherewithal. So I think I've been in the position where I'm like, well, that doesn't seem like a great trade-off, 9 packs of 10 for 1 bag. And I've also been in the position where I literally have $6. And like, that does make a huge amount. And I've been in the position where I paid my rent 2 weeks late. I do think there would be a way to implement it. I do think it would make a significant difference on people. And obviously you're going to have feelings all around. And I think the co-op could be a great partner in talking about how to do that.
Thank you. Tom Franks.
Working on it. Good evening. The folks in the room to your over from Department of Public Works can tell you this, but I have a computer in front of me, and so I just did a quick math. The estimate of bags was 57,000 for purple, 49,000 for yellow. Adding the amounts that Isaac suggested would add $13,450 for this fund. I just want to offer that as a piece of information for you so you know what you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are we ready to vote on this motion?
I'd love to comment just a little bit more. I think the motion is creative, and I think it's well-intentioned. The one thing is it's difficult for me to vote on an amendment that doesn't have a specific ask at this time. To me, there's too many variables that will still need to be figured out. So I wonder if we could, if you're willing to withdraw the amendment with a confirmation that we could discuss this at a future meeting, that we have actually a specific thing that we're actually voting on.
My concern is that it's been, 2 years that this has been in process, and I'd like to help move this along and give some direction to town staff to be able to work with, to be able to say, okay, so now it's 13,000 is the budget for this fund. What can we do with this? I'm curious to hear if folks who'd be actually doing the work, if there's any information that you have, or before we vote on it, I would appreciate just the opportunity to hear if there's any concerns that you have.
Great, thank you. So a couple things. Thank you for the question. Firstly, we contract with a company called Waste Zero, and Waste Zero actually sells the bags to our businesses in town. And the businesses have agreed to take on selling the bags with no profit in their pocket. It isn't clear to me how easy it would be for them to implement a system within their store for variable pricing, and whether they would want to police that based on the fact that they're making zero profit. I don't know if they would. I don't know if they wouldn't. Another thing for those that are talking about maybe moving the decision down the road, it is at least 45 business days for us to implement the system once you folks say, okay, we'd like to move this way. And in order for us to implement the system, we would have to clearly understand what the pricing is, and then Waste Zero would take care of the remainder of that. So if you choose to wait until 2, 3, 4 meetings down the road to clearly mark out the prices, we would be talking about 45 business days after that to actually implement and start the program within the stores in town that we're using. I agree with Tom Franks on the price. Net would actually be about $12,000 based on the fact that we have to pay a percentage towards the bags. But I absolutely agree with his math on that. In terms of town staff taking care of this process, Dan and I have spent a lot of time, as you can imagine, talking about what that sort of implementation might look like, and where it would happen within staff within town buildings. We've even gone so far as to look at, would we be successful with a vending machine program of some sort for implementation of a cheaper cost bag. So, well, certainly we would enjoy hearing from other people who have great thoughts. We still are not clear on our end and would have to spend some more time trying to understand what the impact is to town staff if we did this program within the walls of the municipal center, the Gibson Aiken Center, the library, and Department of Public Works, something like that.
So, if I can just weigh in, I think I think we're getting really sort of caught up a lot in the minutia of all this, and I appreciate all the sort of a little bit of clinching that's going on here, because this is something I think I am not operating under the assumption that even for the lower cost bags that there is no increase, and I know as a retailer myself, when we have programs that are put in front of us to help our customers purchase things, it's about 15 keystrokes and it's done. And there are people who qualify, and we have to determine that beforehand. Granted, we're not selling bags out the door that are flying out there. This is, 3 or 4 times a month when we have to implement that. But, we ask the question, they present SNAP benefits, an EBT card, then they can purchase this, and it just gets rung in differently. It's a purple button as opposed to the green button, and they're out the door. And if there's a little bit of an increase, to $3 for a yellow bag, $4 for a purple bag, whatever that's determined, then this fund that are we determining that there would be $12,000 left in this fund to help pay? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really, to Ivan's point, I like the idea that there's a mechanism in place to do this. Okay. That secures something for us, and I would really like to see us support that.
I was going to say let's vote because we're an hour over our agenda.
The briefest of comments?
Of course.
I just realized I forgot my really biggest reason, which is that this is a brand new program. It's a big program. It's a new contract. It involves new employees and new implementation already as is. We don't know how the revenue is going to prove out. I mean, we have projections, but we don't know how that's going to happen. We don't know how people are going to react emotionally to the existing price raise. We don't know how people's buying habits are going to adjust to the new prices. So all my instincts say that we need to keep it simple and have as few more moving parts as we can. I will not be sad if this amendment passes. I think it will do good for people, but as somebody who's staring down, the barrel of a new complicated part of the budget in what's already a challenging year, I would like to keep it simple.
And I say what's adding 15 cents to it.
Okay. Sure. All right.
I have one more comment, too.
All right.
After hearing all the comments about these very, very, very expensive pay-as-you-throw bags, I'm going to look into the audience at Bob Spencer and make a big request to help us compost as much stuff as we possibly can. Okay? We're talking education. That's going to come from the waste district, not from the taxpayer dollar.
All right.
Sort of.
Let's have a vote on Isaac's motion. I will read it. Isaac has moved to amend the motion to read, approve an increase to pay-as-you-throw bag fees from $2 to $4.60 for yellow bags and from $3 to $6.90 for purple bags, with the transition to take place during January 2026, and to designate 10 cents.
It's hard, right?
Of each yellow bag sale and 15 cents of each purple bag sale to a dedicated fund for staff-developed program that will subsidize bag purchases by low-income residents. All select board members in favor of this amendment to the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All select board members not in favor of this motion, amendment to this motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, so that passes 4-1. And now do we have to vote on the motion?
Well, you read the whole motion there with the amendment in it, so I think that would constitute a vote, 4-1 vote, unless
Right.
Oscar disagrees.
No, I think we may have to vote a second time, but.
I think you should vote a second time.
Okay.
That was just a vote on the
Okay. All right, so I'll read it one more time. This is a motion to approve the third leg of the 3 solid waste amendments. To approve an increase to the pay-as-you-throw bags from $2 to $4.60 for yellow bags and from $3 to $6.90 for purple bags, with the transition to take place during January 2026, and to designate 10 cents of each yellow bag sale and 15 cents of each purple bag sale to a dedicated fund for a staff-developed program that will subsidize bag purchases by low-income residents. All select board members in favor of this motion amendment, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Okay, that's 4. All select board members not in favor, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
I really thought we'd get Oscar on the second one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are an hour over time, and I want to take a 5-minute break now and come back at 8:15. All right, the next item for business is to the fireworks contract, to approve that contract. John, do you want to introduce it?
No, I'm going to turn it right over to Carol.
Go ahead,
She'll
Carol.
quickly explain this.
All right, thank you. Carol Allott, Recreation and Parks Director for the town. I'm here this evening to seek your endorsement to sign a $20,000 contract with North Star Fireworks Pyrotechnics of Montpelier, Vermont. We have been working with this company for over 30 years. They shoot our fireworks off here at Living Memorial and have been for the past 30 years. Like many things, expenses are going up, and fireworks is certainly definitely one of them. This time of year is when we need to sign our contract for fireworks on July 4th, 2026. With this item being at $20,000, which is over the $10,000 threshold that the town has, I'm here this evening to answer questions and talk about why we wouldn't be going out to bid and the legwork that we have done, and expressing the desire to stay with the current fireworks company that we have been working with for the past several years. Fireworks across the board have been going up, mainly the cost of insurance. And most fireworks come from China, and they have been hit really hard with the tariff increase, where last year the tariff cost went from 2.9% to 35%. And so that's being passed on to the consumer, where a minimum fireworks show last summer was $13,000. Now the minimum is $20,000. It's not that we're choosing to do a $20,000 show. The minimum for a show is $20,000. And I wanted to explain that this entire $20,000 does not come out of the town general fund budget. I work with, everybody that has heard, Brattleboro Goes Forth committee. I've been working with that committee for years. Every year in the spring, we send letters out to the community asking for donations. I work closely with Brattleboro Goes Forth. And not only do we send letters out to the community, to businesses and organizations, the day of, if anybody has been sitting out in the audience as they're getting ready to listen to the band and watch the fireworks, you'll see me walking around with a water jug to put donations in. So everybody that comes to Living Memorial Park is helping fund next year. And I can't tell you that we raise $500 or we raise $1,000, because you just never know. But on average, we raise between $700 and $800 in an hour prior to the fireworks, where people are participating. Members of the Brattleboro Goes Forth committee stand out at the Citizens Bridge and welcome people and take donations, and I walk the crowd inside the fence. So that's what I'm here for this evening. I'd like to secure our spot with North Star. I have done some legwork and reached out to a half a dozen other pyrotechnic companies throughout the Northeast here, and either they're not available or their minimum is higher than $20,000, or they're recommending to go to North Star Fireworks in Vermont. So I've talked to Central Maine, Pyrotechnics, not available on the 4th of July. All-time favorites, their minimum show anywhere during the week of the 4th is $25,000. Zambelli they're a nationwide company. However, they do They do not cover Vermont JPI Pyro, which is at Alston, New Hampshire, not available on the 4th of July. American Thunder out of Reading, Mass., not available on the 4th of July, and told me to go to North Star Fireworks. And Atlas out of Jaffrey, New Hampshire. Again, their minimum show is $20,000. I think the importance about staying with this company is all these guys in this room and gals that are at the park on Living Memorial Park to make sure that everybody's safe. You know, they know the company we work with. The company is comfortable with working with them, and I was so happy to see them all here tonight supporting the fireworks. So I'm glad. I want to thank you guys all for being here. But all joking aside, you know, it's about safety. When you've got 6,000 to 7,000 people at the park, you got to be comfortable with the people that are shooting off the fireworks, and you got to be people here that are making sure that everybody in attendance is safe. And so that's my story here this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Carol. Let's have a motion.
A motion. I'll motion to enter into a contract with North Star Fireworks /Pyrotechnico. I get that right? For $20,000 to provide fireworks display on the 4th of July, 2026.
Great.
I'll speak to it.
Please.
Yeah. I am one of those guys that fireworks are okay. You know, but I also understand I am one of those guys that are very much in the minority, and I know that this is a really nice community building event. I've been to Memorial Park. I've seen the work that Carol and her staff do each and every year. You know, it genuinely makes people happy. So, you know, I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Isaac, do you have a comment or question?
Just appreciate your thoroughness, Carol, in looking into these options. 6,000 to 7,000 people is a good portion of our town. I would love to see us reduce this cost, but I also want to, in the sake of thinking about where can we save the most money, I'm not sure that our time is warranted spending a whole lot more time on this item.
How about you guys? You can come. Okay.
Yeah, I'll say
Amanda?
This is one of I feel like I'm just a Debbie Downer. I don't want to spend the money. I would prefer to save this money and celebrate the 4th of July without fireworks, and that's a tough choice, but I think I'm going to lose this vote. But in the spirit of saving every dime, there are some other communities in our area that are probably also having these tough decisions because of the price increase, because of the tariffs, because of everything being tight. And there are other ways to celebrate this bicentennial 4th of July besides lighting rockets on fire.
Okay, so first of all, thank you, Carol. You always do such a nice job. I'm a firm believer in having this program, and you know, it's a family friendly event. I just want to mention that, you know, Brattleboro goes forth. We have been the beneficiary of the generosity and kindness of the O'Connor family and many other families and groups in Brattleboro for many years, and I know we recognized them at the time, but, you know, we really can't thank them enough. And I think that with Carol's help, we can have really a more robust process of asking for town volunteers and asking for everyone's generosity. You know, a lot of times people say, well, how can I volunteer to defray the cost of, you know, town government? And here it is. And, you know, we can we can work towards defraying the cost, and who knows, maybe the tariffs will be deemed illegal and we'll get some money back. But in the meantime, I support this, and I will gladly help support the fundraising effort that goes along with it. But in the meantime, I understand that Carol needs to get her contract signed so that we all don't lose out. Are there members of the public who would like to speak to this? Rick?
Frick Sprite, District 9 Rep. I am a fan of fireworks. I think they're a lot of fun. I get to enjoy 2 fireworks because this one happens on the 4th of July, and I have a lot of friends in Greenfield who enjoy them on a Saturday near the 4th of July. I have always assumed, although I haven't tested this assumption, that the fact that they do it on a different day gets them a better rate. And I was wondering if any effort has been made to, I mean, I know to some it's sacrilegious to do it on a different day, but that might be a compromise that might help all of us.
Well, I want to keep this separation of church and state and say that it's not sacrilegious. But Carol, do you want to comment?
Certainly, when I did do some of the fact finding, that's a question that, that was part of the whole discussion. And pretty much, you're talking 2 weeks either side of the 4th of July, you're still paying the big price. So we would have to make a drastic change.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
And I don't think this is the 4th of July to make such a change.
I'm not sure it is. And I think it's also important to mention this is one event that everybody in the community can really enjoy, whether it's going to the parade, which is a free event, going to Living Memorial Park later that day, which there's free swimming, there's the fireworks, there's the entertainment, and it's a day that, that everybody in the community is able to participate.
And all you have to do is look up.
All you have to do is look up.
Okay. Yes. All right. Go right ahead. I don't know who that first. Go ahead.
Hi. Sorry, it's not far. Hi. Sonia Silbert, District 9. I just want to say I know you're trying to move things along, but I actually met with Carol like a number of years ago now with Patty Smith from Beak to talk about the impact that fireworks have on wildlife and pets in our community. And it's like really, really terrible. And when we're in a budget crisis, paying for something that is actually like very detrimental to dogs, to cats, to horses, to birds, to possums, to foxes, to like veterans, to people who have gone through war, anyone with any kind of like loud noise PTSD, like fireworks is actually a really unpleasant and just damaging tradition that a lot of communities have actually been phasing out. And especially in a budget crisis year, this feels like a really great place. There are lots of other ways that we can gather as a community and celebrate that aren't as destructive and aren't as expensive. So I think if there's ever a time to try, like maybe this is the year to see if we can what it feels like to celebrate in a way that's actually more accessible to more of our community. I would love it to be this year, and I would love to not have to hide in the basement with my dog playing music as loud as possible so that she doesn't puke and get scared of thunder for the next 6 months. Thanks.
Thank you. Was someone else online? And they.
Yep.
Great. All right. Are we ready for a vote?
I'd like to offer one comment,
Yes.
which is that I would invite folks who have ideas for alternatives to work on that over the next year, and I would be interested in seeing those alternatives I hear those concerns, and I'd like to be able to weigh the options. But to me, right now, we're voting on either we do this thing that people in our community expect, or we don't have anything or some possible alternative. So I'm going to be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Eric.
It's going to be difficult for me to get over the bus, but I really feel like I need to go. Okay, right. I'll move around
to this side.
Thanks, everybody, for waiting. Is this working?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Isaac, I'm sorry to say this to you, but I don't agree at all with what you just said, and I think it's really hard for me to hear what you just said based on what you proposed a moment ago. That you proposed something that, with no plan at all, that is potentially going to impact many hours of our town work and take resources from some group of people to give to another to solve a problem. And now we have this issue that comes up, and you say, well, we can't address the financial issue now until you have a plan. So why is it that for one object that you present, we don't need a plan? We're just going to force people to pay money and others to do the work. And for this one, there's an issue, but you have to have a plan, and then we'll listen to you. I don't respect that thinking, Isaac.
Yes.
Just a point of order to Eric.
I'm sorry, I should have addressed.
Yes.
Yes. Was I looking the right way?
And you know, it comes off as a very personal, derogatory comment.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. But really, it's about the town. It's about the town workers, and it's about the pressure we put on them to solve our issues. And I felt that in one moment, just a moment ago, it was okay to ask the town to do that without any kind of plan at all. And now we can't ask the town to come up with a plan because it's not, whatever, it's not as interesting or whatever. It doesn't suit that person. It's two very different approaches, but yet it puts huge demands on the town. They seem very similar to me.
May I briefly respond?
Sure.
So I think I can see where you're coming from and how it might look like this. One of the differences is with the trash, compost, and recycling. We've been reviewing an executive session for months, and we've reviewed all sorts of proposals for the town staff. So we've looked at numbers, we've looked at information that the public hasn't been privy to because we're looking at contract negotiations. So this is the first time I've heard the idea in Brattleboro of canceling the fireworks, and I see it as really, really different. And I actually offered a proposal for a specific amount of money that we would be raising to be able to develop a fund with a specific vision. I'm actually really welcome and am interested in hearing the ideas that we could come up with for alternatives to July 4th. Thanks.
Thank you.
Do you want me to have an opportunity to reply or no? Okay.
No.
Then I won't.
I have a question for
Yes,
Carol,
Amanda.
if that's okay. And Carol, thanks for doing all this research. I'm sorry, I was being, like I said, kind of a Debbie Downer. Is it necessary for us to approve this at this meeting in order for us to get in the queue for this? Is it like time sensitive?
Yes, the contract was due on November 1st, and I asked for an extension until this meeting.
Okay.
So it is imperative that we make a decision this evening, yes.
Okay. All right. In the spirit of changing it up, though, there are laser shows that you can do that are not fireworks displays for the future. Maybe we can revisit it at another planning session as we are at a different part of the year.
Suggestion wants to address that.
Carol.
I'd love to respond to that. A couple years ago, or I might even been this past year, I received a letter asking me to look into noiseless fireworks. And I put in quite a bit of time researching noiseless fireworks, including laser shows, including drone shows. And we're talking about $40,000 for a 10-minute show. So just want to put that out there, that I've done that just within the past 2 years, and it's really expensive to do a drone show. I had not a laser show, but a drone show.
Yeah, I just am familiar with it because towns out west where there's a high fire risk are doing more laser
Right, yeah.
I don't know about drone shows, but laser
yeah, the
shows.
drone shows are really expensive because I did a lot of research on that one.
All right, are we ready to vote?
I am.
Great. Let's see, a motion has been made to enter into a contract with the North Star Fireworks Pyrotechnico for $20,000 to provide a firework display on the 4th of July, 2026. All select board members in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All select board members not in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
All right, thank you all very much. It has passed 4-1. And thank you, Carol.
Thank you for your time this evening.
Now,
Thanks,
we will
Carol.
have a public safety update. And we will have a discussion and a presentation by the police department staff. John? Do you
Yep.
wanna-
So at the board's November 4th meeting, under select board comments, board member Evans Franz shared claims of trespass orders being issued by the Brattleboro Police Department to residents for things like checking on a friend's health, keeping a friend company, being in a public space, and being in the company of someone using illegal substances. And Mr. Evans Franz requested that these claims be discussed at a select board meeting. Did a little bit of looking into this, but without detailed information about these allegations, we weren't able to really respond in detail. But
just a point of order, or when you finish, but I have a clarification about what I said.
That'd be great, Isaac. Thanks. I did go back in the record, and this was what was on the tape. I did invite the police chief and police staff to be here tonight to present and address this issue that was raised on November 4th. And also the town attorney and the assistant town attorney are here to help with any legal questions that anybody has. So I would turn it over to Chief Hardy and...
No, I'd actually first like to clarify what I said and what I didn't say.
Go ahead.
It's up to the chair.
Yeah, so at our last select board meeting, I encouraged people to come to the budget listening session. I highlighted town communication opportunities, and I also said that I've been having conversations, and this is a quote, I've been having conversations with residents who have expressed concerns about receiving no trespass orders from public spaces while they were checking up on a friend, keeping a friend company, or simply being present in a public space. One person said to me, quote, I've been trespassed so many times trying to get warm, end quote. So I was asked to clarify by a member of the public if the town has the authority to issue a no trespass orders from public sidewalks and benches. I'm not a lawyer, but from looking at Vermont state statute, I didn't see anything about that. So I want to check with you, John, or if this is a question for the town attorney. So that was what I said. I didn't make any allegations. I just want to be very clear about that because that was a word you just heard from your town manager, that I had made allegations. I made no allegations. I was asking for clarification about what the law says. Thank you.
So we took it as claims, something that was being asserted by a public official.
Well, myself, can I speak now?
Yes, please.
Because myself and my department took it as allegations. There was no question to the police chief about these allegations. I was never approached about these allegations, so I was never given a chance to look into them or do any kind of investigation. There was no mention of the police chief when all of this was being said. It was simply that I have been in conversations and I have been told directly to the town attorney. It's very simple that the town attorney can tell you what the trespass statutes state, but I do feel that the statements were in some way misleading and would make people, members of the community, definitely think that we abuse our authority in that manner. So this is why we're here tonight. This is why I agreed that it should be on the agenda, because I think that it's only fair that we get to answer these allegations. So, because I find it that as many times as I've come to the select board and had to defend my department, had to defend myself, I feel like that's a part of my job. I don't, I've been doing this for quite a long time, so I know that certain sentiments can never be changed. So I expect that I would have some pushback from the community. But when we have a sitting member of town government that makes these types of statements, I was on vacation when these statements were made. My officers never bother me when I have time with my family. I got phone calls and texts from my officers because that's how upset they were. These types of attacks, not only do they take away everything that we've tried to build in this community as a department, but they destroy the morale that we've built in our department. So I thank you all for the time for us to address these statements. I will not say allegations, I will say statements. And so we have prepared a way that we will address these statements of people being trespassed from public spaces, people being trespassed simply for trying to be warm, people being trespassed for keeping a friend company or checking on a friend. And so the time and effort that we've taken, and I don't have to go into all of it because I know everyone's already tired, we've been here a long time, to build a department that does not abuse our authority and does not do these types of things to people. So there's no one in my police department that is trespassing someone for simply occupying public space. Okay, we know what the statutes are. We also show the utmost empathy for people in this town, and we also are very careful when we do have to trespass with someone. If someone's trespassed by one of my officers, they've at least been told 3, 4, 5, maybe 10, maybe 20 times that they need to move on. And we don't just tell somebody that they're trespassed just when we walk up. I myself spend many, many hours downtown and I talk to people. And if they're just standing around occupying public space, I don't walk into a group of them and say that you're trespassed. When we trespass someone, it is usually because they are committing some type of illegal action within their public space. We have trespassed people for open drug use, for having drug paraphernalia out, for blocking the flow of other people being able to egress or digress from the area. We have trespassed people that we've told them, hey, it's time to move along now, and they've stood fast in cursing my officers out. When I have a department that in this past week I've had an officer punched in the face, and everybody tells me it's because that person can't help themselves because of their mental illness, and that officer comes back every single day and does this job, then when you have statements like this about us abusing our authority, it does affect us as a department. I also would like to state that the amount of trespasses that we do is in public spaces very minimal to the amount of trespasses that we do within the town. And I can provide you with numbers if you would like that, that will show that. Also, to keep everything together as far as addressing the trespass issue and giving you an update on what public safety, the updates that I've heard from other select boards along the way of what we've been doing and going straight into our budget. Unless there are other questions that are happening, we just have everything that's going to be right after the other to show and explain everything that we do as a department. But I just want to make that clear. The trespass issue, we've been accused of taking people's personal property. My officers do not do that. When we go on cleanups, we only go there as a security for the people that are actually doing the cleanup. But I have personally watched town employees that walk into tents that are covered with blood, feces, and urine and vomit, and still make sure that there's nothing there that would be somebody's personal property. And we go out with people from the other partners in such as Groundworks and other outreach programs with us. So I'm pretty sure if we were taking people's property, someone would have said something by now about it. Also, like I said, I think that if we show you any of the instances where we have trespassed people from public properties, then you'll see that it's never that we just walk up and just simply trespass them. So I'm going to turn it over to the assistant chief and the captain right now, and the captain is going to go over some of the reasons, and of course we have pictures, because me just making statements without any proof, of course I know how far that would go. So, Captain.
Seth? Good. So good evening, everyone. I don't want to waste everybody's time. You all been sitting patiently tonight. There was just some things that I wanted to address with a brief statement before we get into the rest of the presentation. I am speaking today not only as a member of the Brattleboro Police Department, but as a resident of Brattleboro with children that attend our schools. Recently, if you could just put up the next slide, recently in South Burlington, a child was stuck by a syringe that they found at a playground at an elementary school. In a news report about the incident, a statement from a town official indicated needles in the playground are not uncommon. And you could see that they mentioned that they have a new prevention plan in place. Public Works employees, firefighters, police officers, BRAT unit staff, Parks and Recreation employees, and others have removed roughly 1,500 syringes during their weekly cleanups, and that's just since we began keeping statistics on it. BRAT personnel have collected approximately 460 plus syringes, and that's just from their foot patrols walking downtown. Locations
Captain
where
Petlock,
they've been
may I interrupt you? I thought we were focusing on trespassing and the definition of and reason.
What?
Trespassing?
Do you
Yeah,
want to respond to that, Chief?
yeah. No, go ahead. We
right.
are, Madam Chair. We're giving you examples of why someone may be trespassed from a public area.
Okay, great.
I had some very specific questions that were for the town attorney, but I wasn't able to get those answers at the last select board meeting. So that was really what I was hoping to get out of this conversation.
Well, let's let the police department give their presentation. I'm hoping that it's focusing on trespassing and not budget-related, because we'll hear from you next about that.
Right. Yes, this is
focused
around the trespassing issue.
Great.
Trespass
Okay.
first,
then
public safety update. That's what we read in the agenda, and then budget.
Okay, thank you. Captain Petlock, please proceed.
Thank you. Locations where syringes have been found include the Brattleboro Transportation Center, which we were just speaking about, the CF Church lot, the High Grove lot, New England Youth Theater, the Harmony lot, Plaza Park, and others. In the name of compassion and goodwill for our community, and despite the complete and blatant disregard many in town have had for the safety of others, Public Works employees and others continue to store property at their facility for a reasonable amount of time. I'm going to show you images here of syringes that have been found in areas downtown where our vulnerable populations regularly travel. This is the town common, a syringe right next to the gazebo. The transportation center. These are items that have been located, whether it's during morning cleanups or by our maintenance staff, opening the elevators and upper vestibule in the morning. This is Plaza Park. You can see drug paraphernalia on the ground there. Elm Street, under the Elm Street Bridge, that large knife was found in the parking lot up above Elm Street there. This is extremely concerning to me because this is Main Street right across the church there, which is almost right across from the Gibson Aiken Center in the alley there. We have a preschool downtown where children regularly walk on Main Street, a youth theater, a boys and girls club, a recreation center that serves a vulnerable population, which would be children and seniors, of approximately 575 people a week and over 3,100 a month. All of this should serve as a warning about how serious this issue is. A sign that Chief Hardy created to show defiance to drug dealers victimizing our community was met with outrage by some, while others were outraged that drug dealers would take advantage of vulnerable people in the community and sell their poisons in our neighborhoods. Instead, we heard from those who were outraged that the sign may make some people uncomfortable or would stigmatize those that sell and use drugs.
Point of order. How does this have to do with the item on the agenda that we're here to discuss?
Okay. 48 slides. I will tell you right now how it has to do with it is because we've been accused. I want to use that we have not been accused. Okay, we've been, there has been accusatory language from members of the community that have spoken to you that have said that we've trespassed them for no reason. They've been trespassed, and this is what we're showing you. We don't just walk up on people and just trespass them. Usually when we trespass anyone from a public area, this is what they're doing. We walk up, and the person has also stated to you that they've been trespassed simply for checking on their friends. We don't walk up to people and just trespass them for checking on their friends.
There were a number of concerns that were raised to me by a number of people, and I'd be happy to talk about that. That's what I thought we were here to discuss.
Okay, so let's talk about that then. I'm fine with that too.
Sure, that's good.
Hold on. This is a topic with a lot of history for the community, for the department. It's very polarizing. I understand that people are quick to perceive offense in all directions. It's something we need to be able to talk about in public, at select board meetings, in the community. I would ask that everyone, if we can all try to lower the temperature on it just a little bit. I really do understand how this comes through as an attack, or you are hearing stories about people saying that the department is doing things wrong. I understand that, and I can imagine how that's hurtful, and I understand that.
Demoralizing.
Yes, demoralizing. Even so, I think in these public meetings, we need to preserve the basics of the conversation, and I would suggest that if we can, I do not perceive what's in this memo as an attack on the police department requiring a full defense of the police department. I don't feel that a full defense of the police department is necessary because I have a great deal of respect and appreciation for the police department, and I think large majority of the community feels the same way. So I would suggest if we could focus on the narrow concerns of, you've already spoken a little bit about it, Chief, about when you would trespass somebody. It sounds like the department's answer is that no, you do not trespass people under the circumstances described in the memo, and that that's not the policy and that that's something you would discourage. If we could have a conversation around that narrow subject, maybe discuss a little some of the trespassing statistics you suggested, I think that might be good.
I was planning on ending with a positive paragraph, and I'm almost done.
Please.
So again, I'm a resident of Brattleboro. I have children that go to the schools in Brattleboro. This is my opportunity to give my thoughts on the situation and the importance of what we're talking about.
Please.
So all I'm going to say is, despite all these challenges that we continue to face, the Chief's Downtown Safety Action Plan is working. I hear positive stories every day that our increased presence with the BRAT unit, enforcement efforts, and the downtown cleanups headed by DPW, the Fire Department, and Public Works are having a profound and positive impact on public safety in Brattleboro. And I don't want to be doom and gloom. There are positives here. I want to expand upon that. That's why it's important for us to say these things today.
Thank you. Chief Hardy, can we hear a little more about when you trespass people? And for those of you not in the know, when people say, I've been trespassed, that means a no trespassing order has been placed on them.
Yes.
And it is not a criminal statute, it's a civil issue, and that you have been asked by many nonprofit and for-profit institutions to come and trespass people from those locations.
Yes, I think that also is important to talk about, which was actually the next thing I was going to talk about, is the difference of the no trespass orders. Because I think a lot of people don't realize when people think that people are trespassed, it's not just us going in and trespassing them. A majority of our no trespass orders are from citizens, from private citizens that are asking us to no trespass people on their property. All right. For the total for this year, we've done a total of 609 no trespass orders. But out of that number, we've only done 45 on public property. And out of that number, because me and my staff decided that no trespass is a tool, we try not to have it be a punishment. So a no trespass order can be indefinite. You can no trespass somebody and you never have to let them come back. What we did is we developed the 30 days no trespass to a lot of our public properties to give people an opportunity to either redeem themselves or be able to come back, because we can't no trespass people from everywhere in town. So we try to work with people to give them at least some kind of accountability for their actions, which is usually something that they're doing to cause us to trespass them in the first place. And then after 30 days, they can come back. So out of that 45, there are only 23 that are actually active right now on public property, because the other ones have expired.
Well, that's very interesting. Let's hear now, unless Assistant Chief Evans, did you have something you wanted to say at this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Let's go back to Isaac, and see if he has specific questions that can be answered by the department, and perhaps our town attorney wants to say a few words.
Could I make a really brief additional comment? After just sitting for a minute, I also want to speak up for Isaac here and say that I think it's absolutely an appropriate role for a member of the Select Board to hear comments from the public and to elevate those to a public forum. So it's a difficult issue and conversation, but to me, it is absolutely appropriate to hear from your constituents and to bring that forward. That's all.
Well, I think what we really want to talk about is the nature of. I mean, it's like people say things to me all the time, and I generally run that by town staff before I would make something that might be perceived to be an accusation in public. But let's go back to Isaac, and Isaac, please.
And I have
ask
raised
your
these.
questions.
I do meet with the town manager regularly. I have raised these concerns. I've put them in writing. I do take, and I want to say that I appreciate. Since we have so many first responders in the room right now, I appreciate your work. You likely saved a friend of my life last week. Like, you do amazing work, and it's hard work. So thank you for what you are doing to keep our community safe. And we have a wicked problem on our hands of addiction, and it's going to take a lot of work from a lot of people. And I have a lot of compassion and appreciation for our first responders. The question that I had asked was the town's authority to issue no trespass orders from sidewalks and benches. But a question that, since we have the police department leadership here, that I am interested in knowing is if all trespass orders are written down and if they're provided to people when they're trespassed.
Well, only, go ahead.
Yes. So if you get trespassed from somewhere, it's a piece of paper that you get a copy of. It's up to you if you want to keep that copy. A lot of people will not take it and will walk away. There also is, in the statute, doesn't say you have to give somebody paper. So if someone's very angry, disruptive, and threatening, for example, I can trespass them by telling them they can't be there. And then if you violate that, you can get arrested. Same for a public or for a private place. If Fish wanted to trespass somebody from a store, he doesn't have to. He can just tell them they can't be there, and if they refuse to leave when we show up, they can get arrested. But generally speaking, it's a piece of paper. We have a multi-page form that you get a copy of if you get trespassed.
So are there no verbal trespass, like you can't be here anymore? That's not something that you would issue?
You just said.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
They do sometimes. Yes, that is
So
allowed.
the vast majority of what we're talking about is a written trespass order that you get a copy of if you want it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
So
the vast
these
majority.
the 609 no trespass orders, does that include verbal no trespass orders? And if so, do you have a count of that?
Yes. Because it also includes private no trespass orders.
The vast majority is private.
Yeah, most of it's private citizens that call us and want people trespassed.
And only 45
or managers of
are public.
properties. Like we only did 45 no trespass in public places. And out of that 45, there are only 22 that are still active.
Thank you for that information. And is there did you already say what the criteria is for someone getting a verbal trespass versus a written trespass?
Well, what we do is we try not to give written trespasses. We give everybody a chance to just leave. Because first of all, it's easier on us if we just leave, all right? My officers have waited enough paperwork to do. So they really are not trying to give anybody a trespass. Usually by the time you've gotten trespassed one of my officers, you've been asked to leave several times. Or we've dealt with you on a regular basis and you continue to be in the same place doing the same activities. So that's not just to say just sitting in a space, just trying to be warm or any of those normal activities that you expect someone to have to do. But the other activities that they are doing, when we approach them and tell them you can't do that, or you can't be here to do that, or you can't stay here to do that. And then it really is up to the person how they react to that. And most people just leave.
So, is there criteria that you use to trespass people, and does it differ between private spaces and public spaces?
It differs. It's not a criteria, so to speak, because it's a case-by-case basis. Mm-hmm. But it would be the difference of when we have someone. It definitely we cannot. If once a person or a manager or an owner of a property calls us and says they want someone trespassed, normally that person is trespassed because that is the right of that manager or that property. We have property owners in town that have had so many issues with people not leaving their property or damaging their property or leaving things like needles on their property that they have given us, it doesn't matter what time it is. They have just written us letters to tell us that we can trespass people for them because we have business owners in town that are not here all the time, that are coming in to the mornings trying to open up their businesses and having issues, or having people that won't leave their property or their parking lots that are affecting their customer base. So those could be ways that would be a case-by-case basis, because we just had something with one of the dental offices that happened. That would be different than, say, Hannaford's. The other difference would be, as far as public property, like I said, we know that there are certain aspects of public property that we're not going to just trespass somebody, but if they continue with the same behaviors, we're going to ask them to leave. And we don't just tell people you're trespassing somewhere, okay? And if anybody, like I said, it's very easy, and that's why I ask for things like dates, places, times, because it's very easy for me to go back and review my officer's body-worn cameras or even witnesses, because if we have an incident that happens that we tried to trespass someone and it turned into a violent confrontation, we will try to gather as many witnesses as possible so people can say what led up to this person having to be arrested. So that is our criteria, that we give everybody a chance. It's time to go. We have some people that we deal with them all the time, like on a daily. We have some people that just don't want to be told anything at all. And we don't just tell people we'll trespass them, we also offer them services. We have Justin that will call. We have our HERS liaisons that will call and try to get them help and try to get them services, especially the ones that we know that we deal with on a regular basis and we know their needs, but they can refuse to take services from us.
Thank you. Oscar?
Yes, thank you. Just a couple practical questions. Is there a good way? I've heard of one or two people who aren't sure anymore where they've been trespassed from. Is that information they could get from the department, or I could ask the department for them to get?
They can get it themselves, absolutely, because anybody, they can come in and ask us, and we can give them a list.
Or give you guys a call or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. They can go to the dispatch and just tell them they'd like to know where can I go, where am I trespassed from.
Okay.
And, if it's someone who has like this, there are a couple, I won't say a couple of people, there are a couple of people that could have massive numbers, unfortunately. Yeah. And that is not all on us. That has been that they've been also trespassed from private properties. It could take us a little bit of time to get it for them, but we wouldn't refuse to tell them.
Okay. No. And then my other question was just, say I was camping and my campsite was cleaned up and I had built like a tent that was undamaged. You guys would hang on to that, right?
The Department of Public Works holds everybody's private property. And so I heard that it came up also that even though, because first it was that we destroyed people's private property. We don't do that. The Public Works will hold private property for 2 weeks.
Okay.
So then I heard that people can't get there. We've offered to take people to Public Works to get their property. Justin has done it. He's gone around to almost every business in town to let them know if somebody comes in and says their property was taken, we'll drive them to get their property.
Okay. And is it stored up by Memorial Park or is it at the facility?
I don't know what that is.
DPW and Fairground Road.
And that's, okay. And that's something also, for example, if someone asked me, I could drive them to the facility and help them get their stuff.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so Isaac, do you have any more questions?
I'm interested in what members of the public have to say, if there are questions from members of the public about this topic.
All right. Why don't you give me that, Seth, and then if there's more people, they can sign up as well. Okay, thank you.
And again, I would just encourage members of the public to really, if there are questions, there's information you're seeking, there's experience, if you have questions or concerns about how no trespass orders are issued, but if we can stay focused on that, that would be great.
And I'll remind the public that we are 2 hours over our time.
We're going for the record.
Okay, Lisa Marie.
Next one's you.
No, you're on the list. That's very kind of you, but let's go by the list.
Hi.
So I'm Lisa Marie from 69A. I also appreciate officers and firemen and EMT. I know many people don't think so. I have a lot of officers in my family and a lot of fire department and EMTs in my family. And I do appreciate it. Some days I might not seem like it, but I do. I hear stories every day of people coming to me and saying, where do I get my stuff? My stuff was taken. They said that my stuff would be taken on a Monday, and on a Saturday it's gone. So we constantly look for where it's located. Phone calls after phone calls after phone calls. We've been told in person and by phone many different answers. The retreat was one. Brattleboro Public Works was one. That they don't keep it at all because it is abandoned property. That the police department has it. So there's many different answers from the same organizations that are supposed to be helping. So if we can, get rid of that miscommunication, it would be extremely helpful. Also, I know people who have at least 47 no trespasses or more, and they don't know where they are trespassed from. Yes, I do know that some people do get the written trespasses and they crumple them up and throw them out. I do know that a lot of them regret it because they don't know where they're not supposed to go. But I do know that I spoke to 28 people just today alone and asked them, did you get a verbal or did you get a written? And they were all verbal. I have asked over weeks and months, and sometimes I don't even have to ask. They just come in and tell me. Most of the time they come in and tell me that, I was sleeping on a bench. And it's not fair because I got no trespass for sleeping on a bench, yet another person next to me gets to sleep on the bench, and I did nothing wrong. I was sitting in the stairs. Yes, there was trash around me because I collected it, and I was sitting on the stairs having a conversation, smoking a cigarette, getting out of the rain before I threw it out. And I have thousands, it seems like, of stories of, obviously not thousands of individuals, just thousands of stories from a group of individuals. And yes, many people will think that they're lying. They're over-exaggerating. Some may be, but not everyone. People are getting trespassed.
Your 3 minutes, Lisa.
Some people are getting trespassed because someone else next to them has a needle, but it's not theirs. So having a conversation, saying, dude, what the crap? Seriously, having conversations with people that don't do dope or don't do needles, and being like, okay, obviously
Lisa,
that needle isn't theirs. I know, I'm sorry. It's just, this is an extremely important subject.
And your time is up.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Really quick though, someday can you come into 69A and listen to these stories? It would be awesome.
May I make a point of order, please? Seth, could we have the screen? So, the slideshow is still on our screen. I'm just wondering.
We can go up to the next one. That will be the next thing.
Usually,
it's stuck.
so the speakers.
The people.
Yeah, if they want to.
So people at home can see the speakers and watch the meeting.
There's half a dozen hands that went up.
You're on the list. No, please go ahead.
Two online.
My name is Bob Neild. Until recently, I had the privilege of practicing psychotherapy here in the community doing outpatient substance abuse treatment. And I am greatly appreciative of the day that I called the police department to come out and trespass somebody who made me feel unsafe. And so I want to thank you for your service and your continued efforts to iron out these problems that are just inherent in the nature of what we're all talking about. I want to be sure, especially you, Chief, you came here understandably defensive, and I'm glad that the tone has changed. I personally want to thank you very much for being here tonight and bearing witness to what many of us are bearing witness to. We do have a drug problem in Brattleboro. We've established that now. I have some questions. I'd like to just ask the questions and hope that responses can be generated over the continued dialogue. Police officers, when they respond, they have their body-worn cameras on by policy, walking up
or do you only turn them on when, for example, you suspect there's a crime or other criteria? I'd like to get an answer to that, especially since you offered to use body-worn cameras as a part of the problem-solving strategies moving forward. Thank you for your helpful suggestions, by the way. Like others, I hear a lot, and it's certainly more than 23 times. I wonder if those 23 trespasses on record are just the ones that were documented, and if some of the anecdotal things that we're hearing are liberally applied practices that people who do the job professionally day in and day out, we all come up with our way of doing what we do. And maybe a part of this suggestion, the solutions could be really looking at some of those habits that we professionals all come up with and how we execute the policies and practices. With regards to trespassing someone from public property, very fundamentally, the question is, by what authority is that happening in Brattleboro? I really look forward to the answer to that question. Lastly, I'm wondering if there's any validity to the many reports I've heard that police officers are slashing tents, including in inclement weather, and on the issue of, it's already partially been addressed, of confiscating
Your time is up, sir.
Personal properties of citizens. I'm involved in making sure that folks have, for example, clean blankets, so they shouldn't be rotting that quickly. Thank you.
Okay, so we've heard a lot of really contradictory things tonight. Some people said, well, you should make sure you come and talk to people first, and you've said repeatedly, Chief Hardy, that there is a conversation before any trespassing is done.
We do talk to people before we trespass them.
Okay,
could you repeat the three questions, please? Because I had the answers in my head.
One was body cameras.
Yes, body cameras.
Yeah, so the policy and procedure of our department is anytime the police have any interaction with somebody beyond just a casual encounter talking to somebody downtown, that their body camera is activated.
That's the first one. The second one, Liz?
Authority on public property. What is the authority?
So I thought, and that's a good question, because when we were having the issues that we were having, particularly in the downtown area, and we were having people that were doing certain things that were making other people in town uncomfortable, having things that were happening on public property that other people in town were having to walk through, particularly in that area where the Boys and Girls Club was, the parking lot, the youth theater. So what we did was we put up signs, very clear signs, in front of all around the transportation center that are very clear on certain behaviors that you should not be doing in that space. And so those are behaviors. The authority is not to move somebody because they're occupying public space. You can't just move somebody for occupying public space. We all know that. We're not going to break the law. But if you are conducting yourself in a manner that is unlawful or disorderly or causes harm or anything to the public, then we do have the authority to remove you from that space.
By virtue of what?
By virtue of what?
Statute.
Maybe this is a question for Bob, real
Yeah,
quick?
Bob, yes.
So this...
Oh, Hannah, state your name, please.
Hannah Clarice, town attorney. So a no trespass, as sort of has been explained, is sort of a prerequisite to being able to charge someone with criminal trespass. It is not in and of itself a crime or a civil citation or anything like that. And the no trespass is issued by a property owner or law enforcement on behalf of a property owner. So the I'm sorry, can I please finish?
I must stop. Please do.
There is perhaps a slight question about the authority of the police department to trespass someone from public property without the express authorized consent of the select board. There are towns that have enacted policies to address that so that the police know when that sort of gives them the authority to act on public property. But there are other locations that are public property, like the library or the transportation center, or where library has their own procedures around that with the library staff, and the transportation center has signs making it very clear what conduct is prohibited there. So the no trespass order does have to come from the property owner or person in control of the property, but
and wouldn't that person in control of the property be delegated to the police department?
Generally, yes, and or by the town administration. And Hannah's two examples of the library and the transportation center, there are notices there as to the behavior that is not acceptable. So, as the chief stated, if the person is otherwise breaking the law, being disorderly conduct, using drugs, all of those things are abilities for the police to issue the no trespass order. If the person then violates that notice against trespass, that's when that person may face a criminal charge of unlawful trespass under Title 13, Section 3705.
Thank you. And the last item was do-you/tents?
We do not slash tents. I've heard this before. We rarely even touch tents. Quite honestly, that is not what our function is when we go to these cleanups. But I have personally witnessed the fire department, AC clear, people from groundworks check the tents, make sure if there's anything salvageable, like I've said, and then if the tents are removed, they're held for the 2 weeks for DPW, and that's their property. There's no reason for us to slash tents when people are sleeping. I've heard this happening, and of course I could never sit here as a person and say that that's not happening anywhere, but I can definitely say it's not happening, and it's not being done by my department.
Okay. Then we are way over time, so I'm going to ask us to move on, and we'll be discussing the other matters, which, strangely enough, is the police department.
Yep. Update. The update on right now.
So the board asked for information about each department's budget, and the department heads have begun to put together presentations, and tonight we have first the police department budget and then the fire department budget. So I would turn this over to Chief Hardy and Assistant Chief Evans to step us through the proposed police budget for fiscal year 27.
Were we not supposed to, I have a question. It was on the agenda, it said to do the update, the public safety update. So we had the public safety update slides, and then we had the police budget. Because our budget is very short, because we're only going into things that we've asked that to be changed on our slides. But we also saw that we had to do a public safety update. As far as the agenda, is that?
Go ahead.
Okay. So
just a point of something. I think public safety update was E, and I understand why we prepared in the way we did, but if we're moving ahead to F, it's 9:30. I think we could just talk about the budget as written.
Well, the thing is that, the budget at this point, with regard to the police department, is preliminary because, there are union negotiations that we can't talk about because it's a contract negotiation that will affect the budget. So, and I think it's very important that we hear an update of the conditions with which the Downtown Safety Action Plan and how the police department number of calls and the increase in calls and so on. I think all that is very important so that the public understands why the police budget is what it is. So I want to hear it.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
May we take a brief recess prior to the presentation?
Sure. Let's come back at 9:30.
Thank you.
All right. Here's the plan. We have 2 more items. Let's give each item a half an hour.
Do you want me to just go to the budget?
You want to just go to the budget?
And,
just go to budget and see.
Okay.
Yeah. This is for the television. It's not for amplification.
And I'll just tell them what side to go.
That's what's budget, right?
Let's have a little order because
I'll get it.
people are having a hard time hearing
okay.
me, and isn't that a shame? All right.
We're working the volume.
And we need Seth, of course. He's working on the volume. Okay. We have 2 more items for discussion. The police department, we're giving them a half an hour discussion, and then the fire department a half an hour. And hopefully we'll get out of here at 10:30. All right. Chief Hardy.
Okay. All right, so because we did take, everything has taken so much time tonight, so we had a presentation for the update of what we've been doing, simply because we wanted to present to the public what their money goes towards with the department. But what we know is that I can basically run through that, and then we can just go straight to our budget. So I will just say that everyone knows we have the Brattleboro Resource Assistance Team. It's been very successful. So we showed all the things that they're involved in, all the things that they've been able to take off the plate of my officers, as far as when the officers have to respond to other things that we need. One of the slides that I think is very important, though, is just to show the number of calls we do. If we can have the one, you have it number, the number of calls and and what the calls are. I think that's important because I think the public should be aware of what the department
Slide 11
is doing.
Sorry, Seth.
So we can skip over all of our other stuff, but I just wanted the public to see what we have been up to as a department. And basically what you're paying for is the services that we're giving. And these are the calls that we've had to answer that are either criminally related or, of course, death investigations, because we do those also. We also work with Safe Place, so we handle all of the child sex crimes, or sex crimes against children with Safe Place. And we also have seen some uptick in some of our sexual offenses, and we can't figure out why, but we have seen an uptick in that. So we've been very, very busy. We've also been able to up our welfare checks because we have 3 HCRS liaisons that we're very fortunate to have. So with them coming with us on a lot of these calls, we've been able to get a lot of services to people that way. Also, we have Justin. Do you have the slide that shows all his?
27.
Justin being a part of the BRAT team, these are all the things that he does. Of course, we know that. Everybody that knows Justin knows that he does all of these fantastic things. But we wanted to show how many of the overdose follow-ups he does. He's already done approximately 160 of them. He follow-ups to every overdose call that we get as a department to make sure that the person is getting services or has the opportunity to get services or treatment. That's the next one when he's done the transports. And this shows you what he has done year to date. He's done 71 9 transports to people to get them into treatment. One of those is the picture that we took there, that he took someone to treatment, and he's logged in over 14,000 miles to get people to places where they can get help. What else do I want to do? Patrol. Okay, so, and another thing we've done a lot of is community outreach and trying to just have things that we can give to the community, just to give people in our community that just are just trying to make it day by day, and especially with children, we just try to give them a break because it is hard, and we understand that. So we do things like coffee with a cop. We do cookies with a cop. And we'll go to the schools with the little kids, and my officers will go and have cookies, milk and cookies with them. We've had 2 now very successful community connection nights this year. Last year, we had over 200 kids this year that came and just got to be kids for 3 hours. Got to have ice cream, got to not have to worry, and their parents did not have to worry about anything for 3 hours to give the families a break. So those are some of the things we try to do also, besides just being the police department and having to respond. So I think that covers a lot of what we've done, what we've been able to accomplish as a department. I'm very proud of the department. And also, if you want to, is the next one going to be the staffing? You go into that?
Let me just
staffing.
interrupt for a second to ask, if people wish to speak, please sign up. And I know that we have some public officials who'd also like to speak. I'd like them to speak first, so please sign up. Go ahead.
Okay, so now we're running to this.
Seth, slide 9.
Yeah. So we're running to where we are as a department and into our budget.
I'll give you a quick on the staffing, just because that's instrumental to the budget process part. So we're currently at our capacity for sworn personnel, 30 sworn. We have 26 people on the street, off training, working every day. We have 1 person graduating the police academy next week. And we have 3 that are already slotted for the February police academy. Just 30 seconds on that. It has been a tremendous struggle for us. When Chief Hardy started, we were about a month away from bottoming out and having 14 people on the street, 14 out of 27 at the time. That was a tremendous struggle. I honestly look back on it, and I don't know how we actually did that for about 11 months when we only had 14 people. We've come through that with her leadership, with the leadership from our town manager, who's been fantastic, leadership and assistance from our HR department, Sally Nix, that has been instrumental in helping us not only refocus our department, but create a pathway for us to actually hire and retain staff that actually have the same values and principles that we profess for the department. It's been a haul, but it's pretty exciting right now to be where we're at. So that's our sworn staff. Dispatch, we have 7 current staff. We have 1 in background process. We're in the hiring process for 1.5. I say the half with an asterisk because for FY27 we're asking for that to be put back to a full-time position. Hiring for a part-time position in a center like ours has been proven to be extremely difficult for us to find someone that is able to do that and be good at it. Our BRAT unit, we have 3 uniform members out of the 4 right now. We have hiring in process for that 4th position. And our community resource specialist position is full. Justin's around here somewhere. And then our administrative staff is all stacked. We have 2 records clerks, the office manager, and our evidence technician. And we have the 3 embedded police liaisons from the HCRS Police Social Work Program, which are almost completely paid for by grant money right now. So that's where our staffing is sitting. 32, I think, gets us right into the budget. You go to 33 if you want. So for the budget, I did not plan on going over line by line. I was just going to go over the lines for you that we had any sort of significant changes to. And obviously, any line after that, if you have other questions about it, happy to answer them. But I wasn't going to kill you with every line in the whole thing. So next slide. Overtime is the big one we've heard a lot about. It is a significant part of our budget. And that's been a question that's been brought up at the past couple select board meetings. Overtime comes to us in a lot of ways. The primary motivator for us on overtime is shift coverage. We have mandatory minimums for different times of the day. It's not always the same for the entire day. Our mandatory minimums are built on what we have for call volume statistically and historically for those times of the day. And we have built-in mandatory minimums both through policy and through contractual with the union. The second largest thing for us is holdover or call-in. It's difficult to explain to some people. It's not like having a 9-to-5 job. I used to have a 9-to-5 job. I used to work at Yankee Candle. It's great. I made candles, boxed them up, shipped them out to people. But like my shift started and my shift ended, and there was no other issues there except for when they sent me out to build stores, which was awesome. But it was, you started and you ended, and that was it. Here, it's not like that. Like my shift might start on time, but I'm not guaranteed to go home at the end of my shift. I might be in the middle of a call that's going on. Like if I go to a domestic a half an hour before my shift ends, I'm not leaving on time. I can't just turn that over to the next person that comes in. Like I'm in that. If I've made an arrest and I call the court and the court says that person's flash cited and they get bail and they have to go to court tomorrow, like I can't leave until I do the whole case and get that done. I have to do discovery, I have to do affidavits, I have to put casework together that I can then present to the state's attorney's office. And that can take several hours depending on what type of case you have or how new or experienced or inexperienced you are. Call-in is the other thing we hear from the fire department, but it happens to us as well. If you have a major incident happen, you might call in the next shift to help, especially if you're running at a minimum staffing level. Those things happen, and we can't just get around them. Sometimes there are times that we're able to flex those, where like if we call someone in 2 hours early, maybe we can get them out 2 hours early later in the pay period. But there's no guarantee with that. Training is another thing that is difficult for our overtime. So when we have one person in the academy right now, that person is getting paid for 8 to 10 months of their career, but not providing us a service. So they're training. So they're not eligible to be on shift, picking up calls, arresting people, any of those things. So they're getting paid, but the shift that position would be filling is getting paid. Someone's getting paid overtime to fill that shift, and that's always been a very difficult one for us to get around, as long as I've been here. I can tell you right now, we have less of that than ever before, because of how we've been with staffing, which is fantastic, but it still is it's a thing. Public events are less, they're more talked about, but they're not a huge part of our overtime, but they're a little bit. Like public events, anything from July 4th to protest, anything in between there, parades, that kind of thing. They're going to generate some overtime generally for staff to come in and cover those. And the other one that we have zero control over is court proceedings. So if I arrest somebody for DUI, I'm going to have court proceedings for that. And if I work anything other than day shift, then that's probably going to be overtime for me. Or if I'm on day shift and it's my day off, I'm getting paid overtime to go to court. And those are difficult to get around. Some of that has kind of gone away. Traffic court went almost all on the phone, which has made that go down some. But that, and the other thing that right now is about a third of our overtime is called outside overtime. It's when our staff work a detail for like a construction company, for example. Like we had all this paving happening. Like they hired police officers to direct traffic around their stuff. It's usually contractually required for them, either through the town or the state, to have law enforcement direct traffic for them. That is all reimbursed to the town. So the town gets reimbursed for the officers' overtime, along with a percentage on top of that to cover healthcare benefits, that kind of thing. So that money is documented in our overtime line, but also there's a income that comes in our income line that covers that.
Excuse me, what a percentage of that is part of the total overtime?
Next slide.
Oh.
All right. Thank you for asking. So I apologize, it's not the greatest to see up there. Looks a lot better on the small screen, but when you get up on the big screen, it's not as great. But so the light blue there, that's our shift coverage. It's a little under 50%. The dark blue is our holdover call-in. That's a little less than our shift coverage. And the rest of that is those other small things. Outside overtime is probably about a third right now so far for the year of our overtime line. So it shows in our overtime line as overtime. But the town is reimbursed for that on the back end. So just the way the budget process works, I'm told. But when I did this, we had about 939 hours of overtime other than outside overtime so far this year. That works out to about just over an hour and a half a week per employee. I'm not sure we can cut it down a lot more than that. Like we're trying, we pay attention to it. It is something we do talk about in our supervisor meetings, to pay attention to the budget, to pay attention to our overtime line, to make sure that people aren't getting held over unnecessarily, or really down to the, like, are they taking too long to do their paperwork? If they are, like, we need to work on why they're doing that so that this isn't happening, type of thing. But that's where our overtime line is. Next slide. Equipment expense. That line got adjusted solely for the anticipated costs of the transportation center substation for equipment there. Next slide. Our training budget. Our training budget hadn't been adjusted since 2020. Right after, that was right in the time when we had COVID and the community safety review. And one of the things in there that was suggested is we don't increase police training. So our training number has stayed stagnant through that time. However, we are at maximum capacity in our staff, and our staff number has actually been expanded significantly because the BRAT unit training also comes out of this line. So we've asked to expand that a small amount. Next slide. Conferences, memberships. This adjustment is for training of new command staff member and for rising membership costs. Membership costs taken out of this line are for the department and for some individuals in the department that have to hold various certifications to have their position or additional training. They have to do that. A lot of those memberships allow us to get training that would otherwise cost us money, but because you have the thing like the IACP, for example, if we have membership through that, it allows you to get free training through IACP, free policies, so best practices, things like that, that we wouldn't otherwise be able to get without paying for them. So that's where that comes from. Did you want to speak on that at all, Chief? Or?
No, I think
No?
that
Okay.
covers it, yeah.
Next slide. Office supplies. We've asked for an adjustment in that of a small amount due to the supply needs for the additional staff that we've taken on this year. Next slide. Transportation. We've cut that in half. That was $10,000 in last year's budget. We've knocked it down to $5,000 this year. We made that adjustment by really reviewing how we get people to trainings and working on how to make that a smoother, more efficient process. And we think we've made some good gains in that, obviously. Next slide. Building repairs. This line was just solely adjusted for anticipated expenses that we're going to incur at the substation. Next slide. Maintenance supplies. Maintenance supplies is a line in our budget that is primarily used by the Department of Public Works for maintenance of our buildings, and that has been adjusted just for anticipated expenses at the substation. Next slide. Townkeeper ACO. So this is where anything comes out for our animal control officer, and also where our contract with the Windham County Humane Society comes out of. Our contract with them went up this last year. It's actually more than we have even budgeted for the ACO position, the amount that went up. So we've asked to move this back up to where it was prior to last year, because we cut this last year, just to cover the increased costs for the Windham County Humane Society contract and for anticipated equipment needs for the animal control officer. Next slide. Office furniture. That was removed from the budget last year, so we didn't have an office furniture line. So we're asking for that to be put back in so that we can have money for anticipated any repair or replacement of office furniture. And next slide. Prisoner expense. We have 3 holding cells at the police department, if anyone didn't know. Those are regularly staffed, unfortunately. And this adjustment here is just when we look back at what we're spending year to year on taking care of the prisoners that we have in our custody.
Stand right at that. And so when you talk about prisoner expense too, that also includes the mattresses. We have to supply them. If they destroy the mattresses, we have to buy new ones. Clothing. Sometimes we have to provide clothing for them, as well as meals if we have to hold them more than a certain amount of hours before they go to court.
And next slide. Last one here is cell phone. This year, Finance created a line for cell phones or for mobile devices in our budget, and moved the mobile devices were in 2 different places. They were in the town budget and in the department budget. So they created a line and moved them all into that one line this year. So that's why we have that line there now. It wasn't there last year. Next slide. Capital. So we have 2 things in the capital budget this year. We have, well, 4 things. 3 police cars, and our security camera system. The police vehicles, we have an ongoing replacement plan for the vehicles that we have in our fleet. They are first response emergency vehicles. We do everything we can to keep them up to date and working properly, and it's important for us to make sure that we continue to do that. So we have an ongoing replacement plan for those that I'm happy to go into more detail with if you'd like at some point. But that's 3 vehicles a year to maintain a rotation of every 6 years on our vehicles, which is just outside warranty, but it seems to be working. And the cost that you get from that includes the upfitting of the vehicle, so it's not just purchasing the vehicle, it's any equipment that needs to go in the vehicle and the installation of that equipment. The number that you get for the budget is the maximum for that. Different vehicles may cost less depending on if we can transfer equipment from one car to another. Radios, for example, can be $6,000, $7,000 for a radio. So if we have radios that are able to be transferred, then that gives us a cost saving. If other equipment in the vehicles that we can transfer, cost savings. But when we put the capital budget together, we put it at the number that would be the maximum, because we're not sure every year until we get to the point where we're going to transfer equipment, whether the equipment's going to be eligible to be transferred. And the security camera system refresh at our building. We do have significant security camera system up there. Some of it's required, like our cell block area, that's required. Some of the cameras for like the evidence area, different places like that are extremely necessary. Interview rooms, those types of things. Some of our servers that we have begun to fail, and the cameras have begun to fail. We've made some adjustments to roll with what we still have, but it's definitely cut down on like the time that we're allowed to save video for. So we're looking to get a refresh on that so that we can get that back up to speed. Next slide. Ta-da.
Have fun.
Yay! Great. Thank you all very much. Do I have a list of speakers?
Well, do we have board comments and questions
Sure.
first? Or?
Let's quickly run through board comments and then we'll hear from the public. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Amanda, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm wondering, can we get a copy of that available on the town website or on?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we might have to work with Seth on what was presented versus what wasn't. I'm not sure, but yes.
Okay. And a question I have about staffing is, I don't know if the people at home can hear me. Is dispatch on the list that you had on your slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So that's admin? I can't remember which.
Nope, we had a,
Was it a?
that's slide 9, Seth, if you have it.
Okay. So that's in the 30 sworn personnel?
Nope, so dispatch center, we have 7 current.
Oh, it was in the middle section.
Yep.
My bad. That
So we
was
had,
my bad. Okay.
that's all right.
That was just something I missed. Okay. And then also for like police outside revenue, is that what you're talking about? People hiring you on your revenue line?
Yes.
And do you see, this could be for another question, any areas of the department where we could collect more revenue? Is there something that's kind of flat or that could be a way to find more revenue?
The FOIA. Well, that is a way that we already collect revenue. I mean, we started charging for FOIA requests because for so long we weren't charging for those.
For what?
For Freedom of Information Act requests.
Okay.
We were just giving those. Because we started to see how much it costs to actually put them together, especially when it includes video. So we go by the state standard for charges for that. As far as when you say generate revenue, I always caution how things are presented or said because you don't ever want to seem like we have quotas for revenue. So that's why we like to keep it separate, like to generate revenue. Those are the kind of things we would look at first, is things like that, like the FOIA request. We used to do VINs, and we found out that we would do VIN checks for people that bring cars in, and we were doing them for people from out of state, and we were not charging enough. Apparently, according to the DMV, we were charging so little for our VIN verifications that we started to charge what is a standard for the state to do that also. So we are always looking for ways to help be able to generate that. Maybe back in the past we didn't collect monetary, monies for.
Okay. And those would all go under police outside revenue line? All the things you're describing?
No. If you're looking at the revenue lines, miscellaneous revenue is where the VIN verifications come in. Police department copy charges is where you would see for reports or anything that people requested. That's where that would come in. And town ordinance is where you would see the state sending you back a percentage of any ticket we wrote that had a municipal ordinance attached to it.
Got it. Cool. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Oscar?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say, it doesn't look like we have a long list of speakers, but I want to make sure members of the public, I know we're running long, but that they get their chance because this is the meeting we've been directing people to for their questions. But it looks like we'll be okay.
They got a list. I got a list.
Okay. Just a couple questions, none about the specific line items, because I think you covered everything that I had flagged. Well, I guess one, the overtime number that's in the budget, I think it's $150K now. You guys feel all right about that? I saw it started at 200. It seem...
Yes.
Okay. Great. John, can you remind me, as the union negotiation process goes on, there will be points where we're able to improve our estimates of the budget, and even though the contract isn't signed, we'll make that information available. It sounded like January might be an update. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see, but that would be we have to have something put together by the end of January. So.
Yeah. Okay. I was just trying to remember, has the Brat team, the three, not counting, well, counting Justin, but have those 3 spots been fully filled yet? Like, has there been a moment where all 3 spots were filled?
We have 3
Yes.
spots filled currently.
I mean, well, so have all 4, counting Justin?
No, we haven't we don't count Justin. We count him as his position.
Sure.
We have a 4th spot now that we are trying to fill, simply because what we've asked the Brat to do has become a different mindset for certain members that came in to be Brat. So we have a position open right now.
Sure. No, that makes sense, and I've heard nothing but good things. I guess my question was really, has there been a point in time since we started the program that we've had fully staffed?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then I think we've started having the option of having the HCRS liaisons go to welfare checks solo if they choose. Is that right?
No.
No? Okay, I thought I read that in a...
The HCRS, it won't, well, let me backtrack. It's not that so much as if they choose, if they feel safe and confident
Right.
and have a relationship with the person, which is usually the case, that they feel confident they can go. But initially, when they have to go to a call, a welfare check, or anything that may put them in danger, we respond. And once we see that they're safe and there's no danger to them, they can ask us to either leave or stand by outside or what have you.
Okay, so they'd never fully go to any new thing on their own?
They have. Knowles has, because Knowles is a
Yeah.
senior HCRS person and has ongoing relationships with some individuals that we deal with.
I was just wondering if having that option had helped take some small part of the workload off, if that's been helpful.
It is helpful, but I don't, I really don't condone it all the time, particularly with the new HCRS liaisons. But I prefer not to go into my reasoning in public because it is very sensitive information.
Okay, thank you.
Gentlemen?
Thank you so much for the breakdown of the overtime, because there have been questions about that. It was great to be able to see that graph. Question about the capital budget. I didn't see numbers on there, and I may have missed something. But do you have numbers for that? For the 3 police vehicles, which it sounds like that's the purchase of 3 new vehicles.
I do. I'm just looking for the.
I have them.
If you have the
John,
actual,
yeah.
that'd be great. Thank you.
There's in the proposed capital plan, we have 3 police vehicles totaling $260,000, and then we have the camera equipment is the other item for police, and that was $50,000.
Thank you.
And the vehicles, just to reiterate, that includes the complete upfit of those vehicles. And if there's equipment that we can transfer from the vehicles that we're taking out of service, then that'll knock that number down. So that number is worst case scenario, like if we had to purchase everything for a new car. But it just varies from car to car and the equipment when it gets pulled out. So it's hard to budget for not having it.
And any savings there, where would that go?
Those would go back into capital?
It would stay in the capital fund and be available to cover other costs.
Thanks.
And the camera and server replacements, those aren't part of the capital plan, right? Those are just a this year budget expense. Is that right?
That was part of the capital.
It is.
Was it? Okay.
It is, yeah.
All right, I'll ask you later.
Peter?
Oh, I see it.
Oh, you finished, Isaac?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Peter?
I don't really have anything other than just, thank you for what you do every single day. And, I'm good with everything that has been presented. I think I understand it fairly well. So I'm good where I sit.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, I just, before we open it up to the public, I just want to say I appreciate the police presentation. I've been here when we were down to 14 officers, and it wasn't pretty. And I think that you all have done a tremendous job in staffing and the culture of the police department and the service that you provide to the community and keeping us safe. And I really applaud you in your work. Now, I have a list of 6 people who would like to speak. Elizabeth Bridgewater.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Elizabeth Bridgewater, and I'm the Executive Director of the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. I'm here to speak in favor of the police department and their budget as presented. As a community housing provider with a significant rental footprint in downtown Brattleboro, as well as other locations throughout town, I'm very aware of the value that this department brings to the over 500 residents that live in Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust property. And I just want to tell a quick story because I think it really exemplifies the values and the way that this team implements community policing. Yesterday, we held a resident meeting at the Snow Block on Flat Street, which is a lot of people know is an area with a lot of activity, let's say. And so the residents that live in that building are concerned about their neighborhood. And so we've been implementing what's called restorative practices with the residents, just meeting in a circle. They're facilitated by interaction. And we occasionally will invite the police department to come. And several members of the police department came yesterday, including the chief, Captain Petlock, a couple of members of the BRAT team, and one of the new liaisons that are embedded from HCRS. And it was just a really wonderful conversation. There was a lot of, it was very relaxed conversation. And what I learned, which was kind of cool, was the residents have started a game night every other Friday night. And one of the members of the BRAT team is showing up and hanging out with them as a way to build that relationship, build visibility. So it's on the boots on the ground community policing model that's being implemented on Flat Street. And our residents that live in downtown properties are feeling that support and feeling the difference of what it, with what's happening with the police department. In fact, one of the things that we also talked about was some challenging dynamics. What it's like to be confronted with somebody who's emotionally dysregulated and what to do because an incident had happened in the building just like last week. And it was great. Officer Washburn talked about the embedded HCRS liaison and how when you call the police, it's not always punitive. Sometimes they help with de-escalation. At the end of the meeting, the resident who was on the receiving end of that said, "Wow, I just feel better. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you directly and have some strategies." I just want to give a big shout out to Chief Hardy. She came to Brattleboro with passion and experience for this kind of community policing model and came with a lot of great ideas. But you can't implement that without capacity. And so that's what the budget is about, right? Building the capacity of the police department to do this kind of forward-thinking work, collaborating with organizations like ours, collaborating directly with residents to solve problems. And so I'll just come back to where I started. I'm here to speak in favor of a full budget. Thank you.
Thank you. George Karabakakis.
Well, again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm George Karabakakis, CEO of HCRS, and I am speaking on behalf of HCRS. And I have to say, I do support the budget, and I think much like Elizabeth shared, and I don't have a story, but I have to say the partnerships and the collaboration. I'll also mention that I'm also a member of One Brattleboro, which is a coalition of many people in the community, and the Brattleboro Police Department is part of that coalition, which I think is really important to be at the table. And another table that we have is the situation table, which I think is a really incredible opportunity for social service agencies, for providers, for folks to come together to really support the people that we serve, to support community members. And the leadership of the Brattleboro Police Department is really why that is succeeding. I have to say that I talk to a lot of people around the state, and our situation table is arguably the best, most effective situation table. And I think in large part it is because of the leadership of the police department. And it's not just about what they do, it's how they do it. And I think certainly Elizabeth spoke to that. I speak to staff every day. I talk to staff quite often and ask, like, how are things going? What's the experience? And I hear over and over again the relationships, the connections, the compassion, the caring, a new and different way of really supporting our community. And I think it's something that we as a community should really be proud of. And I mean, it's just, actually there's one situation, and I quit. It's a little bit late. I wish I found a way to de-identify it, but I can't. But it was just really like, wow, that is a really new thing. And that is a really wonderful way that we're supporting the people we serve who are suffering from such trauma, from such pain, from, substance use issues. And I hear that over and over again from staff who are participating in the situation table, that are having interactions, from our police liaisons, from Knowles and all the other, and our other police social workers who are doing, I think, who are really fortunate to be part of this team, and it really makes a difference. So I just want to certainly want to thank the PD. Thank you all for your work, and I am in support of the budget. For sure we are. And so, again, thanks.
Thank you, George. Kate Hayes.
Hello. I'm a retired Superior Court judge, completely, totally, absolutely retired, which is the only reason I'm able to do this and speak to you. And I'm also a member of One Brattleboro. I've been part of it since the beginning, was at the initial meetings that started that process. Sort of a friend of Jim Baker's, have known him for 45 years. And he gets a lot of the credit for the situation table and the progress that the department has made and this community has made in the last 2 years. But the department is truly a model statewide. And I can say that in part because for the 18 months before I was fully retired, I was going around the state and speaking to communities in each part of the state about how we could do better at making sure the judicial system meets mental health needs or shifts people with mental health needs out of the judicial system and into the treatment they need. So I know what's happening all over the state, and what we're doing here and what the situation table has been doing is a model. And it's amazing, truly amazing. And Chief definitely gets a lot of the credit for creating the team that was capable of making this project work. I've gone to situation table 3 or 4 times now. I love it. It's just a really makes me feel good about the community. It's incredible to see 35 or 40 people, all of whom are working with these folks. They know them. They care about them. The compassion and the real understanding of what their needs and what could happen to make their lives better. It's palpable, and it is so well directed by Captain Patlock and the deputy chief and the folks from Groundworks, Cora, who is phenomenal. And we got to keep doing what we're doing. It's making a huge difference. Seeing the Brat team downtown is making a huge difference, and I totally support the ongoing efforts that the whole department has made. It's so much better. Not that the people weren't working their butts off when there were only 14, and doing the very best they could, but it is so much better and so much more effective, and I'm sure that the officers on the ground now feel the support of the whole community for what they're doing. And I support what they're doing and support their request for the budget. Thanks for letting me talk.
Thank you, Kate. Kate Trespass.
Hello, I'm Kate Trespass. I'm representing Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, and I am also speaking in support of the police department and budget. You know, I meet very regularly with many of the downtown business owners and folks who live downtown, and we've had a rocky road the last couple of years. And those business owners are often sort of at the front lines of dealing with the public and also their customers who come in and ask questions about, you know, what's happening down here? I'm hearing bad things, you know. And for them, knowing that they have the BRAT team, knowing that Officer Washburn is down there, they've made themselves available. They walk around, they introduce themselves to all of the business owners downtown. They feel confident that when they make a call to dispatch or if they have a question, they know where to go. And one of the places that they can talk about that is to these customers who are coming in. Now they're able to say, you know, we have support downtown. We have the situation table. There's really tangible, positive progress that's happening here. And so I think the more that we can support these efforts, the better that things will be. And I'm just very grateful to all of you for what you do every day in helping to improve public health and safety in downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Ivan Hennessy.
Ivan Hennessy, District 8. I do have a question more closely related to the budget for the end of this, but I wanted to start by saying that after all of those pictures of needles and all of the talk about all of the needles that have been picked up, you can get Narcan in town for free. I don't remember the website off the top of my head. There's a state website that will tell you where to get it. The training is super quick, easy. It's easy to be sure that you'll be applying it safely. And there is legal protection for someone who calls 911 after applying Narcan as a good faith thing. So that, it's really a great way to save a life. Related to that, there was talk about how many needles have been picked up, and it's great that all of these needles are picked up, and it makes a huge difference for people who aren't comfortable or able to pick up needles. Also, it's pretty easy to do yourself. You have to take precautions. There's risk. But the precautions are simple and straightforward, and it makes a huge difference for all of those people who can't do it themselves, like the kids that we're worried about. More related to the budget. The staffing situation has been turned around completely. So I'm interested in hearing, in terms of pay, incentives, benefits, what changed to accomplish that from when the staffing situation was so dire? Thanks.
Do you want to address that now?
I could try. So 3 years ago, we renegotiated the contract, and at that time, we believed that wages were made competitive with surrounding communities, and I think that was very helpful in filling positions. But that's just the numbers. I think what you've seen, the leadership and the culture transformation at the police department has made that a very desirable place to serve. I also believe, and I'd be happy to hear from officers about this, but I think Brattleboro is a place that you can really learn how to be a top-notch police officer, and that is not something that you can say for every police department in the state or the region. So,
great.
If you guys have anything to add,
no. Okay, Kate O'Connor, the last of the Kates.
lot of Kates. Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. I'm just speaking as a citizen. And my question is more of a budget structural question. And I'm asking it during this presentation because it happens to be the first department that we're talking to. But it's a question for every single department. You'll note in both the police department and the fire department, which we're about to talk about, it's a decrease under the salary for the department head and salaries for just general salaries. So my question for an administration question is, we know that's not true. We know that the salaries have not decreased, rightly so. I'm not saying anyone should. I'm just saying, is there a plan so that we're going to be able to compare, apples to apples, like from 2024 to 25 to 26, 27? What is the actual salary increases that have happened? I know that all these incentives and all this stuff has been mixed in, and I think that's what's making this thing. But I think as taxpayers and as select board members, I think it's really important that we understand what the actual increases are, because it's getting really, really confusing, as we've seen. So I'm wondering if there is a plan to outline this as apples to apples. Personnel is 66% of our overall town budget, and it keeps going up. And so I think we need to understand how this all flows, not just with the police department, but with every single department. And I hope I'm making sense at 10:20 at night.
It's interesting because when our finance director was the auditor, and she wanted things done a certain way, and she wasn't happy. And so now that she's a treasurer, she's making it her way. And that's the problem with comparing apples to apples. And I think it might be difficult. We'll ask John to back that up.
I mean, I understand the concern and the question, and I think it would be very difficult to go back to fiscal 26 or 25 and break things out correctly the way it is in the draft fiscal 27 budget. But I think that we could take lines from the fiscal 27 budget to line them up better with what was in the past budgets, so that you could do a comparison. That is going to be a fair amount of work, but we've started to talk about that, and I think we can come up with something that would be helpful for people.
And it's generally easier if it's salary to salary. Right?
Yeah, part of the reason like some salary lines have gone down is because with the new workforce model in OpenGov, we're able to in the past, we kind of broadly estimated at one point of time what the salary would be, including the step increases and the COLAs. Now we're able to do it by each individual person, so that gives us a better estimate, and we don't end up overestimating. So that's why some of those have come down some.
So, I want to once again thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your service, and wish you good night.
Thank you for
Thank
the
you all.
opportunity.
Yeah,
Thank you.
All right, fire department.
What?
Norma's shirt.
Oh.
Okay, so we've changed from the blue shirts to the white shirts.
We have. Seth, do you have ours? So,
just please introduce yourself.
Oh, Jay Simons, Chief for Brattleboro Fire Department. Chuck Keir, Assistant Chief for Brattleboro Fire Department.
Thank you.
Just to value everybody's time here this evening, and also value what we have to say, I'm going to kind of breeze through some of the non-large changes and focus on some of the bigger changes, so that we have time for questions. So kind of opening this up and
Let me, anyone who wants to speak, please sign up now. Go ahead.
So the question's already been asked about, moving lines around and stuff, and how do we articulate what those actual numbers are. So when you look at our budget, it looks like we have a 75.1% increase. 54.1% increase. That's not an actual increase because they moved a lot of money from general service lines into the fire budget line. That created that increase. Our actual increase from FY26 is 10%. We're also showing projecting a 75.1% increase in revenue. So Seth, you want to go to the next one? Go again. All right, so revenue, just going to hit the highlights. So tower rent goes up. That's just based on a contracted cost. Banner income from banners, we're increasing the banner price from $150 to $200. Rental housing, no change to the anticipated income for that. Outside revenue, $10,000. That's outside classes, standbys, nuisance alarms. We're looking at generating a better method to bill and collect this revenue. EMS reimbursement right now is projected at $1.6 million. So this is an assumption of where we stand currently based on our increasing call volume, our collection rates, and our payer mix. Go down to department head salary. Just hit this real quick. Just like John said, it's a more accurate adjustment to what my actual salary is. Staff salaries. All right, so this one I want to spend a little bit of time on. We are looking to add 2 department staff positions, firefighter EMT positions to the fire department. This is so that we can go from a 3-platoon model to a 4-platoon model. This will increase this salary line by $79,823. Because this is so valuable to the administration, initially when I proposed this budget, I had asked the town manager to add a chief's position. Currently, the assistant chief and myself also serve as the emergency management director and the town health and safety officer. Both those positions require so much time that they could be full-time positions. Those are positions we fulfill in addition to our normal duties. So we certainly could use that administrative growth. However, in discussion, we decided to sacrifice that administrative growth and put it to the floor to the firefighters to support the 4-platoon system. What we're looking for is to create 4 shifts of 9 personnel. This allows for vacation and training time while minimizing the overtime cost. In 2024, our fire department employees work an average of 59.6 hours per week. If a 40-hour-a-week employee did that, they would have to add 6 months to their calendar year to make that number of hours. The reason this is so important is this directly affects the health and safety of our providers and our community. A decrease in work hours increases the recovery time and aligns with the National Fire Protection Association and industry best practices for firefighter wellness. Lower fatigue means improved decision-making and overall safety. Heart attacks and strokes are the leading cause of firefighter deaths for both 2023 and 2024. Increased recovery time reduces these statistics. Healthier, well-rested firefighters provide a better service and reliability to the community. We also allows us to become more competitive with our career departments that surround us, enabling us to get more recruits and fill these vacant positions that we've spent a lot of time talking about. These competitive schedules will attract and retain our qualified personnel, reducing new recruit training costs. This move to a 4-platoon system demonstrates proactive leadership and a commitment to safety. Next slide. So overtime, I went into depth on this the last quarterly report. We've adjusted this number to $325,000. I've broken down the anticipated cost of where each of those overtime lines go to. And I can answer any additional questions on that. Next slide. This is fire overtime for fire outside. It just gets rolled up in the normal overtime budget, but it's still a separate line, just the way it's done in the budget. Next slide. Same thing with banner. Next slide. Additional staff costs, so these are all the staff costs that came out of the general services budget for a total of $1,471,923. So those existed in the 26 budget, they just weren't under the fire department. Next line. Equipment expenses, so some of the major purchases we need for next fiscal year are 3 new portable radios, which comes in at $16,000. We also need to add additional narcotics safes for our backup equipment, and we want to start replacing our outdated rescue equipment. This includes stuff like swift water resources, rope rescue equipment, confined space equipment. This equipment was bought off a grant several years ago. It's now outdated. It just has never been budgeted for replacement. So we got to start slowly replacing that stuff so when we go to use it, it doesn't fail. Next slide. So training, we reduced our training by 5,000 and allotted 15,000 for one person to attend paramedic school. That person has not been identified. This is a placeholder. We anticipate every year sending somebody to paramedic school. The other 5,000 will be additional outside training. Next slide. Conferences and memberships. This is our National Registry recertification cost. We send our subject matter expert to the First Due Conference, which is our scheduling, dispatching software. It's also our fire reporting software. She goes down every year just to gain new information on how to better use that software. Next slide. This doesn't matter, doesn't change. Next slide. Same thing, this is just our normal office supplies, no increase there. Next slide. So software licenses is a new line for us. This is our First Due subscription, which is $18,000. It was housed underneath the operational cost. We adjusted this out to a separate software license line to isolate it. Next slide. Equipment maintenance, I've broken down the cost for all of our equipment maintenance. This is a substantial increase, but these are very real costs that we have to budget for and that we pay for every single year. Next slide. Telephone, no changes there. Next slide. Electric has just been adjusted based on current usage. Next slide. Utilities, no change. Next. Building repairs. So building repairs, a lot of these costs are the service contracts that we currently have to basically do maintenance on our existing services like generators and appliances and radio system. We also added some line in there for $6,000 for those unknown, unplanned for repairs. Currently, one of those big repairs, which will not come out of this part of the budget, is our elevators out of service. And the minimal cost to fix that elevator is $23,000. Something we're going to start budgeting for in the capital replacement is to replace that elevator. It was kind of went with the lowest bidder. They don't really make parts for that elevator. It's difficult to repair, which is why the repair costs are so high. Next slide. Propane is under a contract, so that's just based on usage. Next slide. Let's see. Gasoline, based on current usage. Next slide. Diesel fuel, based on current usage. Next slide. Medical supplies, so we continue to see an increase in call volume, which utilizes more of our expendable medical supplies. We increased that to $32,500. Next slide. Clothing, we adjusted down. This covers the uniforms for our employees. We were taking turnout gear, replacement turnout gear out of this line. We will no longer be doing that. Turnout gear has continued to increase in cost, and you'll see in the capital budget, we're required by Vermont state law to replace all of our turnout gear by the year 2029. That'll be 64 sets as it stands right now. We're looking for 10 a year, and it's moved to the capital line. Next slide. Medical oversight. So the reason for this jump also comes out of the general services budget. So it's our medical director cost, and we moved physicals from the general services budget into this line, and that's a cost of $27,000.
Physicals for the fire department?
For the firefighters, yes, and paramedics. Next slide. Fire prevention remains the same. Next slide. Fire alarm repairs, so I've broken those costs out as well. We got to upgrade some boxes to radio boxes. We continue to have to repair the existing fire alarm boxes, radio system maintenance, and we're also outsourcing for contractors. For example, they're replacing the poles on Western Ave. That'll likely be an outsourced cost to restring that wire because it's just too big of a project for the firefighters to take on. Next slide. Vehicle maintenance. This continues to climb, so our annual maintenance and inspections run us about $20,000 a year. We've got a pretty steady rotation of our primary pieces getting rotated up for various repairs, which drives that cost up quite a bit. We've worked with DPW. However, DPW does not have the facilities to put a fire truck on a lift and do those large repairs, nor do they have the people power to commit to our resources when they have their own resources that they need to repair. Next slide. State provider assessment. So this goes up. This is a provider tax that's generated by the state that we owe the state. It's based on 3.3% of our EMS reimbursement. So this is based on that 1.6 million. It's essentially a tax of the state that funds medical expenses for the state, like Medicaid. That's where that money goes. Next slide. EMS billing, that's a contract and won't change. Next slide. Operating supplies, this is just our normal facility, cleaning supplies, operating supplies. In the future, we'll move the ESO contract and the Tango, which are also software licenses, into that software line, but we just hadn't done that this year, so they'll come out of operating supplies. Next slide. Stipends, so this is a new line. One of the things I forgot to mention in the staffing line is the other staffing position that we've given up in a way is the fire alarm superintendent. So rather than ask for 3 new employees to make this 4-shift system, we're moving the fire alarm superintendent to a firefighter EMT position. That's going to require additional supervision from the chief's office over the overall fire alarm system. And it also creates a fire alarm and fire investigation committee. This will be a stipend paid to firefighters that opt to get additional certifications to do fire alarm work and to do fire investigations outside of on duty hours and outside of duty hours. And that'll make up for that, not having a fire alarm superintendent position. Next slide. Sick leave bonus, that's for people that don't use sick leave. Most people end up getting additional vacation time for that. There's a select few that take the actual cash check, and that's what that's in there for. Next slide. Holiday bonus. This is a check that's paid out in December per the CBA. Next slide. Next slide. So under capital, we have 1 small vehicle that we're looking to replace this year. We've allowed $60,000 for that. It's a 2013 Ford Explorer with 110,000 miles on it. Its primary purpose right now is it's Car 2's vehicle until his is put into service. So it's a backup command vehicle. It's also used for fire inspections, and it's used for firefighters to get to classes where they have to go to the Fire Academy or New Hampshire Fire Academy. Next slide. I thought I put these together. So just to make this easy, I combined all these. I may have set the wrong deck. So we'll go through one by one. That's fine. So engine 1's due for replacement in FY41. These are 20-year replacements. So $40,000 a year allotted to that. Next slide. Engine 2 will be up in FY38. $43,000 for that. Next slide. Engine 3 is due for replacement next fiscal year, FY28. Currently, the turnaround time for ordering a vehicle is 4 to 5 years for the build. If my understanding is correct, the Select Board has already voted to replace this vehicle. However, there's not enough money currently in the capital budget to replace this vehicle. But based on the fact that we would not take delivery for 4 to 5 years, by then, if this capital budget's approved, we'll have the funding to replace that vehicle. Next slide. And engine 4 would be up in FY32, $43,000 allotted for that. And these are all built over a 20-year life cycle, and that's where those numbers come from. Next slide. Ladder 1 would be due for replacement in FY39, $55,000 going in the fund for that. Next slide. Each ambulance, these are all due for replacement in FY32. Each ambulance is allotted $55,000 for the current capital budget, so 55 times 3. You can go through the next two, Seth, because they're the same. Here's our turnout gear. So we're looking to replace 10 sets of PFAS-free gear and $50,000 allotted for that. This is to coincide with the new Vermont law that all gear must be PFAS-free by 2029.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Does this law come with funding?
Of course not.
Just check.
That's a silly question, Liz. That is a silly question.
There are no silly questions.
It is one of those unfunded mandates. We will, I'm sure there will be some grants out there because this is pretty much going nationwide. Individual states are getting on board with it, so I anticipate that there'll be some grant funding. I've not seen any yet, but we'll keep our eye open for that. Next slide. AEDs. So we've put $36,000 to buy 12 AEDs. This is a big concern because right now we have fire department vehicles driving around without AEDs in them, which is very concerning to me. If we, the assistant chief or I pull up on a cardiac arrest, we just happen to see somebody drop on the sidewalk. We want the equipment. You see Brattleboro Fire Department on the side of the vehicle, there's an expectation there, and we want to meet that expectation. So this is a very important. We've applied for some grant funding. We've been unsuccessful so far, but we're going to keep trying. This is if we don't get the grant funding, it's going to come out of capital. Next slide. And then capital projects. So moving forward, we'd like to set $20,000 aside for future capital projects in the fire stations. These are things like replacing roofs, bay doors, HVAC, windows, those common things that just expire after a while and need replacement. Next slide. Is that it? That's it. Okay, perfect. So that's what our budget looks like. We have spent a lot of time and effort, assessing the needs of the community, the service that we're providing. As we've talked about over and over again, the community continues to evolve, the needs continue to evolve, and our departments have to evolve with that need to meet the expectations. And that is all I have.
Thank you very much. Thank you both gentlemen. All right, let's quickly run through any select board comments that we may have, and then we'll go to the public. Seth, are there people who'd like to speak? Amanda, you want to start?
Sure, I can start. Thank you for the really thorough presentation.
You're
There's
welcome.
a lot of material to chew over, and I'm sure there'll be more questions as the budget process goes on. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you both. You covered a lot of it, and both departments, I really appreciate the detailed breakdown. I think it's really helpful for everyone, and it was great. My question is EMS reimbursement. If we look at actuals for FY25 and we back out the $250K in seed funding, we're at $1.3 million. By my math, looking at the first 3 quarters for this year, we're on pace for 1.35. We have $1.6 million in the budget for revenue, so I just wanted to ask you guys how you feel about that number, how confident you are in it, if there's, an aspect of the model of why we might expect it to go up, just tossing it to you guys.
So a lot of this information came from Bonnie. When she was assessing how much money we brought in various months, that's where the calculation came from. We're relying on that knowledge to be accurate and true. We did... So Medicare, because of the federal or the government shutdown, there was a delay in some of that payment. Now, that's not a huge payment, but that is 3% of payments that were due that we haven't received yet. So that's some of the reason for the decrease. Yeah, we're gonna keep track of it and see where it goes. You know, I can't stand here and say 100% we are gonna make 1.6 million, but based on the financial advice that we received, that was the projection.
Okay, thank you.
Peter?
No, thanks for the presentation. Thanks for what you do. It all made perfect sense to me. Nothing really leapt out at me. So, yeah, just thank you for being thorough.
You're welcome.
Likewise, really appreciate from both departments, the breakdown. I had a question about the overtime that is anticipated. And I'm trying to find the slide here, but I think it was from 150,000 to 325,000.
That's correct.
Interrupt me if we should be refraining from talking about these issues where there's active contract negotiations in process. But can you share a little bit more about how is that with the 4th platoon that you're anticipating?
So, yes, I actually no, it's not, because specifically the paramedic regular overtime would go down. Their schedule would go from a 48-hour schedule to a 42-hour schedule, so that would actually lower that line. And I would again, I can't do an accurate estimation of vacation time until that contract is finalized. Okay. So this was really based off our current operating picture of how we're operating now.
Thank you. And then the other question was, I think you projected a salary increase of something like 75,000?
79,000,
79,000.
Yes.
Is that based on, I mean, I'm also seeing several new positions being created. So I'm curious, what is that 79,000 exactly?
So it's 2 new positions. The 79,000 is just the staff salary. What I don't have is how it affects the other items that are not under staff salary, like retirement payments, health insurance costs. That's not part of that 79,000.
So that includes 2 salaries.
That's 2 salaries.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd just like to thank you for your service and for this information. We're studying it all carefully and waiting for the negotiations to be concluded. I have 10 people who've asked to speak. In order to get out of here by 11, I'm asking you all to keep your comments to 2 minutes. Chris Doobie.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. So, Chris Doobie with the Professional Firefighters of Vermont. I'm not a resident of this town. I apologize.
You're welcome.
But I'm here to speak on behalf of the membership and specifically the transition to a 42-hour work week. I know it's probably controversial to some of you. I've worked in my department. I retired from Hartford Fire Department after 33 years. Worked 42. In the Northeast, it's a pretty common schedule, 42-hour work weeks. Real quickly, the brief history. Historically, firefighters work perpetual tours. They're always on duty. To a 96, where it's day on, day off, day on, day off, day off. To a 72, which was a Kelly day thrown in there. To 56. About 40, 50 years ago, you started a transition to 42-hour work weeks. I asked people this: what other job out there do you work more than 40 hours a week? There's not. Why do you expect firefighters to work 56? We'd like to work a 40-hour work week. You just can't do it. It's not feasible. So the alternative is the 42-hour work week. Now, oddly enough, there's more pros than cons to the 42. And conversely, there's more cons to the 56 than pros. I got a couple I'm just going to share with you real briefly, and I'll be done. So the pros of going to your 42-hour work shift is you have an improved work-life balance. So meaning that instead of, so for instance, for a 42-hour work week, I work 2,184 hours a year. 56, you're working 2,912 hours without any overtime factored in. Almost 1,000 hours more right off the top. So your work-life balance is out of whack. You don't get to see your family. You miss a lot of stuff. I missed a fair amount working a 42. I couldn't imagine how they do it with a 56. It would just kill me. You have enhanced recovery because you have at least, if a common shift is a day on, 3 days off, you have time to recover. Those of you that work shift, especially in the fire service, I can tell you after 33 years, we have high instance of sleep issues, sleep apneas, circadian rhythm screwed up. You don't sleep through the night. This gives you time to recover. With that, you have the health benefits. They talked about increased risk of cardiac incidents and so forth. That's these lower things. You also see an improvement in behavioral health. Another big one is, and one last thing, and the last thing is that departments that have gone to the 42 hours or currently work them have increased job satisfaction and recruitment issues, meaning the morale improves, they don't see the turnover, which I know you've seen a lot of here. And lastly, in this state, I represent 12 fire departments and 1 EMS. Half of the departments work 42 hours, the other half are 56. You're one that's looking to go to 42. I got another one in the north that's looking at it, and oddly enough, they want to pass legislation to get to a 42. So it's a big move, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jamal Cunningham.
Hello, Jamal Cunningham, also not a resident. I was formerly the union president of Local 4439. Some of you may remember me from our transition from Rescue Inc. to Firebase EMS. I'm sure some would like to forget it, but we are here now. I can only speak for my fellow firefighters in saying that a 42-hour work week, I've since left the Brattleboro Fire Department and moved to a 42-hour work week. Like President Doobie said, my work-life balance has increased tremendously. I still live in the state of Vermont. I commute 3 hours back and forth to go to work, and I still spend almost a month home more with my family than I did previously. That cannot be understated. If I asked anybody on this board if you would like to spend 30 days more at home with your family, what would you say? There's no way around that. And on the recruitment and retention issues, I mean, I'd like to commend Town Manager Potter for, during our last contract, making our wages competitive, which has made it so that you can get the increased staffing that you have now. We were told then that the next step after making those wages competitive would be to make the schedule competitive. You will not keep firefighters if you stay at a 56-hour work week. There's simply no way around it. You just can't do it. Somebody could go work across the river in Keene or to Greenfield and spend a month at home more with their family. It's really a no-brainer. It's really as simple as that. When you see the increased EMS revenues, which we had projected those during our last contract negotiation, we're now seeing those numbers. It's even more difficult to justify not doing that now seeing those numbers. You know, you have people that have dedicated their entire lives to this town. They've spent absorbent amounts of time at work. It is insane. The amount of time that these people have spent getting through those transitional times and not foregoing the citizens for it, they should be commended for it, and the way that they should be rewarded is the time that they deserve at home with their families and their loved ones. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alex Morin?
Good evening, everybody. My name's Alex Morin. I was a firefighter here in Brattleboro, Vermont from 2016 until 2020. Made the drive down from Saco, Maine to try to help these guys out with their 42-hour work week. So in Saco, Maine, right now we work that 42-hour work week. We work a 1 day on, 2 day off, 1 day on, 4 day off schedule. And to echo everything everybody said, it's increasing that work-life balance that we all have. In my time with the Brattleboro Fire Department, we worked that 3-shift schedule of 24 hours on, 48 hours off, that repeated in perpetuity. This schedule and staffing level we were working was caused me to leave the town, the state, and employment over here to go to Maine to find a better work schedule, better retirement, and a little more, of course, money. With the increase in call volume and demands of the job, firefighters in the current employment of the town are in a state of constant fatigue. This can lead to burnout, mental health problems, physical medical conditions that are going to be compounded over their 20-year career. Numerous studies have been conducted over the past 30 years to support my conclusion. These have been published by universities, government agencies, and the International Association of Firefighters. After a 24-hour shift awake, fatigue adds to delayed reactions and slower care. This fatigue level is often compared to an impairment of alcohol intoxication at levels of 0.095. So just to wrap this up, the Brattleboro Fire Department has an opportunity to be a leader in firefighter safety in Vermont by being one of the first departments in the state to have a four-shift schedule. As President Doobie said, these guys work almost 1,000 more hours than the next closest 9-to-5 job. That's countless days spent at the firehouse, and that's not even including the overtime that these guys are often forced to take. So this will lead to better service, lower turnover, increased firefighter safety, and a better work-life balance for all the employees. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Lambert?
Kevin Lambert, town employee. I just want to highlight Jamal and Alex speaking just now. Jamal got off work in Providence this morning, hasn't been home yet, and has been here for over 5 hours. Alex has to work tomorrow at 7 a.m., and he has a 2.5-hour drive home after this. So that not only highlights the kind of people that they are, but the kind of people that this department has lost to four-shift systems. With that, I wanted to read a letter that a community member wrote to me to read on behalf of that member. Dear Select Board members, I'm sorry not to be able to attend tonight in person and appreciate Lieutenant Lambert for reading these comments for me. My name is Rihanna Kendrick, and I live and own a home in Brattleboro. I work as a clinical social worker and have spent many years working and collaborating with a number of you in the community. That work supported my shift into private practice, now seeing folks individually to support their mental health and substance abuse needs. I know firsthand the impact of working with folks with complex needs and the toll it can take on those in support roles, such as the fire department. I greatly appreciate the years of direct collaboration I've had with BFD, finding their skills at emergency responses to be incredibly high. With that, however, comes an incredible toll to their well-being, especially in regards to their mental health, not to mention the impact to their families and our community at large. The calls they are responding to are complex and traumatic, often on every shift. On top of that, they are often then being required to continue working even after such a shift to ensure that our town has proper coverage levels. I don't think it comes to a surprise to anyone that this creates a perfect storm of impact and is not sustainable for anyone's mental health, nor is an ideal recruitment tool. I know that a major objective of the board is to prioritize financial responsibility and health, and as a taxpayer, I support that, but not at the cost of the well-being of the individuals we task with emergency response in our town and their families. I want to share my support and advocacy for the creation of a fourth shift at BFD as you work on next year's budget, and thank you for your work to support our community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joshua Jones.
Hello, Joshua Jones, former Brattleboro town employee, spent 18 years with the department before parting ways about 3 years ago. I have a letter here written by another former member who also left the 56-hour work week in search of shorter hours and a better work-life balance. It's a pretty long letter, so I'll paraphrase some of it. And he just pointed out that working the 56-hour schedule impacted his well-being, work-life balance. We've heard a lot about that from the speakers. And we've heard the positives, the negatives, that working that 56-hour work week can certainly incur on you and your service. He goes on to talk about how the increased fatigue left him, lost my place. The 42-hour work week, the short story is that it increases your ability to recover, reduces your risk of burnout, and stay fully engaged with his firefighting duties and continued training. This particular member had a family member become terminally ill, and during that period of time where she did decline and passed away, he found it very difficult to be present and supportive. You know, when you work a 56-hour work week schedule, your first day off, you're waking up at the station, not necessarily after a long night's rest, and on your second day off, you're going to bed knowing that the following morning you'll be going into duty. Not necessarily having a great period of recovery between shifts. One thing that early in my career was not really something that was heard of was mandatory overtime. And my understanding is that that's become quite a common occurrence where you've worked your 24-hour shift, there's an absence and a need, and you're not allowed to go home. So now you'll be in the station for another 24 hours. I guess in closing, I would also offer you the opportunity, I heard earlier in the meeting that you wanted to meet basic needs with dignity. These firefighters need that from you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Hauk.
Cool.
Andrew Wool, town employee. I have another letter from a former Brattleboro firefighter. Dear members of the Brattleboro Select Board, this letter is to show support to my brothers and sisters of IAFF Local 4439 in their effort to add a 4th platoon to BFD. For those who don't know me, my name is Charles Huguet. I was a firefighter with the Brattleboro Fire Department from January 2021 to September of 2022. During my time, I watched an incredible amount of change occur within the structure and ranks of BFD. I watched nearly 24 skilled firefighters leave the department just during my time there. Excuse me. People left for a multitude of reasons: family life changes, relocations, and new career paths. But not everyone who moved on from BFD left to pursue a different career. Many of us left to continue doing the job we love, just at different departments throughout New England. Departments working a 42-hour work week that were more supportive of a healthy work-life balance that allows the body and mind to recover between strenuous 24-hour shifts. The 56-hour work week that firefighters at BFD are currently working has proven to not be sustainable. When this shift was implemented, firefighters were not seeing the unprecedented increase in medical calls the department is faced with now. These long and busy shifts lead to burnout due to sleep deprivation, stress, and time away from families and loved ones. Factors like those do not promote longevity in the fire service. Every member of BFD, past and present, that I have ever had the pleasure of meeting has taken our town, our people, our responsibility to heart and shown it with every emergency response they are a part of. Members of the Select Board, it is now your responsibility to take care of the people that take care of your town. Brattleboro Fire Department needs a 4th platoon to create a safe and healthy work environment so that the town can continue to receive the excellent level of service they deserve. Please consider including this increase in staffing to your budget. Respectfully, Charles Huguet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jared Vanderhorst.
Good evening. I'm going to keep this short. I'm Jared Von Horst. I'm a firefighter for the town of Brattleboro. I'm also the vice president of Local 4439. President IB was not able to be here tonight. I just want to reiterate what everybody said. I know we're expensive. I know it costs money, but the service that we provide to the town and the sacrifices that we make every day are invaluable. The tiredness, all that stuff, we've all been there. We've all been there up all night. I know some people told me, like, oh, you guys sleep. When we do sleep, it's not the kind of sleep that you think. Am I talking to the mic all right? So anyways, just an ending. We talk about budgets and stuff, but we've seen how many people have left. And training is not just we throw somebody in a fire truck. We're asking some 19-year-old kids who've never driven any bigger than a Subaru to drive a multi-million-dollar fire truck. They're also responsible for that and keeping everybody safe. So just the training and the time that we put on to provide the service for the town is, it's just invaluable. So anyways, I'm going to be quiet now. Everybody have a good night.
Thank
you all
you.
for coming.
Thanks, Donnie.
David Levenbach.
Still David Levenbach, still District 9. I have a number of questions and observations, and I'm not really looking for answers tonight, but I want to get them on the record. Number one, we heard a fair number of comments, interesting about staffing, and I don't think the board has had, and I don't think the public's had the benefit of a sort of systematic presentation of the current staffing model and the planned one, and what the budget impact will be of the change, and then also the other sorts of benefits and costs that may be associated with it. But I don't think you've had that kind of real systematic presentation. Number two observation is that overtime is still an issue, even with some additional staff. That's not solving the problem that people have identified with overtime. Number four, the medical oversight is tripling in cost. It's not a huge amount of money, but it is tripling this year. There's the observation that EMS revenue may depend on Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement rates. I don't know if there's any chance that those rates could go down or if there's a possibility of an increase, but it's just said we don't know, but I don't know if you see a possibility of things getting worse in terms of reimbursement. There you identify some new billing initiatives, which is the revenue that Ms. Ellis-Thurber likes. But those, I think, are going to need ordinance changes, if I'm not wrong. You know, terrific. Okay.
They're in Chapter 20.
Okay, fair enough. You talked about Engine 3, which is coming up in 28. Have you had a recent quote on the cost of replacing that? And recognizing that there's a delay, I understand that there's concentration in the industry making such vehicles. And so the question is whether our reserve fund is funded adequately to meet those rising costs. And then it relates to the other one is if you're monitoring price changes in ambulances, we're replacing 3 or 4 of them in 2032, which is a while away, but even so, those need to be watched on an annual basis. I do believe that's all. Thank you very much.
Just those few?
I took one off.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, Heidi Fisher.
I too am back to budget questions. And I certainly appreciate how the 42-hour work week would make a difference. I just want to clarify that 42 hours or 56 hours, whichever we're referring to, does include sleep time, albeit interrupted sleep, but sleep time, yes? I also have a similar question about how, if we were to make this change to 42 hours, why is double overtime still more than doubling? I think that needs to be really scrutinized. That doesn't seem acceptable to me. With the medical oversight question, I recognize it's going from 9-something and change to 43K, and the 43K includes that's now including the 27,000 of employee physicals, but it still means that the 9 is going up to 16, and I'm wondering why that's such a big jump. And then I just also have the question, just because I don't know, we keep talking about the contracts that are being negotiated, but what's the time frame for, like, when are those negotiations hopefully going to be done for both fire and police? As public, you might want to know that, because I would love to.
Great. I think at this time it's probably just best to answer the question about the union, when the union negotiations will be.
Yeah, I mean, our hope is to have the negotiations done as soon as possible, but, you know, we're meeting regularly with all of the unions, including the fire union. I would really love to have that done by the end of the year, if not sooner, but we'll see. It's in process.
And how frequently does that happen? Every how many years?
Typically, we've done 3-year contracts, and that's what we're discussing in this case.
Are you okay with us following up later on the other questions, or?
Yeah, I mean, similar to David's, yes, I threw them out there.
I would imagine that we could have a session answering both of your questions.
Okay.
Did you want to speak?
I'd like to speak on the sleeping while on duty question that she asked.
Let's wait till the end. We just have 2 more speakers. Kate O'Connor.
Hi, everybody. Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. First, I want to say I appreciate both the police and fire department. I thought it went unsaid, but I want to say it anyway. I would urge you folks to really pay careful attention to the increase in the EMS revenues. It's up $700,000 over FY26. And I think you need to get Bonnie in here. I'm just going to read you some numbers. $1.6 million. The way Bonnie has been doing it is it's based on, that figure is based on how much is billed, into, what's billed and 38% of that. So in order to get a $1.6 million receivable, as it's called, you have to bill $4.2 million. In FY25, according to the fire department, they billed $3.6 million. And according to Bonnie's own numbers, in FY26, she anticipates that we'll take in $1.3 million, which means billing $3.5 million. So if you can see, FY26, gross billing 3.6, FY20, that's FY25, FY26, 3.5, and now we're saying in FY27 we're going to bill for $4.2 million. That's huge. That's like $600,000 over what we've billed in the last 2 years. If we're charging $1,400 a EMS trip, that means we have to do 430 trips over what we did in FY25 and 471 trips over what we did in FY26. So my moral of the story is, please, we cannot screw this up, because $700,000, if we're wrong, it will screw our whole budget up. I really think you need to get Bonnie in and understand from her, because the fire department is listening to what she's giving them. So please have Bonnie come in here and explain this whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Hank Porchers.
Hello, I'm Hank, District 9. I'm the Windham County Republican Committee Chair, and I run Brattleboro News. And so I have a lot of contact with the fire department through the work that I do and the coverage that I do. And I would urge everybody to get on board with supporting the increases in this budget. Based off of some of the things that haven't been said, is some of the stuff that we have going on in Brattleboro and what these firefighters and police officers are exposed to. I feel like we have a responsibility to not only protect them, but protect the populations of people that we have basically drawn into Brattleboro with our various programs. Whether you support them or not, what we have going on here is very serious. We have no treatment, we have no sober living, we have one homeless shelter that has whatever, but we respond to this stuff a lot. And we need to protect these guys. And when they say that they need a budget increase or, more money, we should be very serious about that. I've humbly watching them save people's lives, console them. They are pretty much the last line for a huge population of people here in town that don't get any medical treatment or support from anywhere. It lands on the fire department and the police department. And they are overworked, underfunded, and if we are going to be so outrageous with the stuff that we support going in this town, I think that we should have a very strong insurance policy in our first responders to basically clean up the mess of all of the choices that are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Your man who raised his hand.
Kevin, I can address that. You don't have to. So, the topic of sleeping at the fire station, it is not sleeping, is the firefighters are allowed rest time when they're not on calls. Now, this rest time may not start until 1 o'clock in the morning, and every single time that bell tolls, every firefighter and paramedic gets out of bed to make sure that the call is answered. So nobody is just laying down at midnight and sleeping for 6 hours, waking up refreshed in the morning. Yes, do firefighters, are they allowed to sleep? Absolutely. Do they have rooms to, have some private time in? Absolutely. But I don't want anybody to misunderstand what sleeping in the firehouse actually looks like. And I want to make sure that's very clear.
Great. So, Chief, I think you have the last word. Is the select board members have any closing remarks they want to make? Say no. All right. Thank you, and thank you.
I'm sorry.
you.
Keep us here. Just be a quick 45, 50 minutes. We'll be on our way. So I just kind of want to point out what I've seen here tonight, and I want to appreciate all the folks that came up to support our fire department, who have left our fire department, which, and hearing you talk for greener pastures makes me a little sad. I also kind of want to point out how much of a team and a family we have here with our police department supporting our fire department and vice versa, and that does not go unnoticed by me. And when we start talking about overtime and first responders, I get highly confused because for every instance that's been put out here tonight, the support is what we owe you, not so much what you owe us. So I just want that kind of recognized, and that's where I'm coming from. So, and I want to thank you all for your service and for supporting one another and for showing up. So thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you. And I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight, for speaking, for staying up very late. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your service and appreciate your presentation. How about one last motion?
I'll motion to, okay, we'll go. We'll adjourn.
All right, all in favor of adjournment, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right, that's 5-0. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, BCTV.
I can't remember.
Thank you, Seth.
I feel like we got to 11 p.m. before, but. How would I?
Not in November, though. It's March.